Very good morning and welcome to the London Assembly's last Mayor's Question Time meeting for the exceptional term of 5 years. In accordance with government regulations, we are holding this meeting on a virtual basis with Assembly members and the Mayor participating remotely. Members of the public are able to access this meeting online via the webcast. Can I ask Fiona Bywaters, our Committee Services Manager, to confirm the names of the Assembly members who are present and any apologies, please?
Good morning, Chair. I have received apologies from Assembly Member Bacon, and I have on the call so far Assembly Members Arnold, Bailey, Berry, Boff, Cooper, Devonish, Dismore, Duval, Eshalomi, Gavron, Hall, Curtin, Moore, O'Connell, Pigeon, Prince, Qureshi, Russell, Sahota and Whittle, Deputy Chairman Tony Arbour, yourself as Chair, Assembly Member Shah, and I am currently waiting on Assembly Members Desai.
I'm here.
Thank you, and Assembly Member McCartney.
That's brilliant. Thank you, Fiona. And we are quorate. So I will start with Chair's announcements. This being the last meeting, please bear with me. I've got a lot of business under this heading to go through. So can we first of all begin with a moment's silence in memory of Sarah Everard, who was tragically killed earlier this month. On behalf of the London Assembly and all Londoners, I send my deepest condolence to Sarah's family, friends and colleagues. May she rest in peace. Please now, let's pray and observe minute's silence. Thank you. Thank you. I would like to give a warm welcome to the speakers, Parliamentary Placement Scheme interns and the House of Commons intern scheme who are joining us virtually to observe today's meeting. Can I also provide an update on some recent Assembly activities? Firstly, the Health Committee found over 139,000 Londoners have had or are expecting long COVID. The committee wrote to the Mayor urging him to ensure that London's health system can support those with long COVID. The Health Committee also published its report, The Impact of the COVID-19 Pandemic on the Mental Health of Children and Young People in London. It sets out a 3-stage plan to tackle young people's mental health as it hits a crunch point in this pandemic. The Economic Committee published its report, High Hopes, Supporting London's High Streets in the Economic Recovery from COVID-19. The report says the Mayor's High Streets Recovery Mission hinges on high streets and should establish a London's High Streets Board in developing plans for London's reopening. And the Planning and Regeneration Committee has also written to the Mayor on high streets, urging for a roundtable to be convened with local businesses to plan the response to the reopening of roadmap. This being the last Mayor's Question Time meeting in the current mayoral and assembly term, and later on in the meeting we will also be paying tribute to assembly members who are standing down at the current assembly elections, many of whom have given many years of dedicated service. However, whilst the Mayor is with us, I wanted to take a moment to pay tribute to the many staff who worked hard behind the scenes to support the Assembly and make these and all our meetings run smoothly. In particular, I wanted to say a thank you to, firstly, the City Hall security team led by Alex MacDonald, who keeps us safe. The portrage team led by Jorge Silva, who set up our meeting rooms, and our broadcast contractors, Bowtie TV, Delisha Coleman, Charlie Netherclift, Daniel Saunders, James Fletcher, and Richard Jones, led by Stephen Pomfret, who worked hard this year to support the Assembly in seamlessly switching to virtual meetings. The Assembly scrutiny team, led by Anastasia Belikova, the external communication team, led by Richard Stroko, and committee services team, led by Rebecca Arnold, all of whom underpin the work that we do as an Assembly. And of course, all our hard-working group staff who support us as Assembly members, preparing us for these meetings, drafting questions, writing briefs, and handling press. Your work is essential and your support is invaluable. My thanks goes to you all, and in particular to Yvonne Key, David Mercier, Jessica Badger, Mark Quinlan, and Mark Morris, and all their colleagues. In terms of support to me in my role as chair of the Assembly, can I particularly thank Fiona Bywaters, who is with us here today, and Davina Toinbo, who provide clerking support to Assembly plenary and MQT meetings, Fiona Oteng, who has provided support to me on Assembly events, and finally, Amy Lee, my research and support officer. Their hard work and dedication has been hugely appreciated. Last but not the least, Rebecca Arnold, our Assistant Director of Committees and Membership Services, without whose support and expertise, I would have been pretty much lost in performing my duties as the chair of the Assembly. So a big thank you goes to Rebecca. We now move on to the item number 3, Mayor's Report. Can I ask the Assembly formally to receive the Mayor's Report covering the period from 12th of February to 4th of March 2021. The Mayor will now provide an oral update of up to 5 minutes in length on matters occurring since the publication of his report. Mr. Mayor, good morning and very welcome.
Good morning, Chair. Over the past week or so, we've seen an outpouring of grief and anger over Sarah Everard's death and the daily reality of male violence against women and girls. I'm committed to working with Reclaim These Streets and other organisations representing women in London to build on the policies we're already implementing in City Hall to improve safety for women in our city. And I'm sure I speak for all Londoners when I say Sarah's family are in our thoughts. On Tuesday, we held the first London Recovery Summit. We put boosting jobs, revitalising high streets and supporting communities at the centre of our plan to rebuild London as a fairer, cleaner and greener city after the pandemic. For the first time, we've brought together all of London's key public sector institutions, trade unions, businesses, faith groups and communities under one umbrella with a shared vision the whole city can unite behind. At the summit, we unveiled a bumper package of measures worth hundreds of millions of pounds to kickstart London's recovery. And this is just the start of our plans to help us put the dark days of the pandemic behind us and to build the better, brighter future we all need. Chair, as you said, this is the final Mayor's Question Time of this term. Can I associate myself completely with your comments, but also take this opportunity not just to thank the staff, but also those Assembly members who will be standing down. Tony Arbour, Janet Arnold, OBE, Gareth Bacon, MP, Andrew Dismore, Florence Eshalomi, MP, Nikki Gavron, Dr. Alison Moore, Steve O'Connell, Navin Shah, Peter Whittle. Remarkably, Jeanette, Tony and Nikki have all served for 21 years. They've been ever present since the formation of the most recent incarnation of London government. Some are saying that all three of them should be listed. Maybe that will be discussed later on during the course of the day. Can I just say that only the three of you have been incredible over the last period, but also all of those stepping down. Some mental math this morning, Chair. I worked out between all of you who are stepping down that you've served 122 years on the Assembly. So on behalf of Londoners, I want to say thank you, and I wish you all the best for the future. I look forward to answering questions later on during the course of this morning. Before I do, Chair, I've been asked to give 2 oral updates. The first is from Assembly Member Len Duval in relation to EU Londoners. It's hard to quantify just how important EU citizens are to our city. They're our friends, neighbours and colleagues. The contribution they make to London is invaluable, including supporting the most vulnerable throughout the pandemic. I publicly expressed my support for the Joint Council of the Welfare of Immigrants, JCWI's legal challenge, and was very disappointed to hear the outcome of their case. The government is failing to put in place safeguards to ensure thousands of European Londoners don't lose their legal status after the 30th of June because they don't know about the EU settlement scheme. I urge the government to listen to reason and lift the deadline. But my EU Londoners Hub, which provides free advice and support on the rights for EU citizens and their families, has now had more than 1.4 million unique visitors to date. To ensure we reach as many EU Londoners as possible, we've translated all the key information into community languages. And I'm currently funding an additional 17 community organisations to deliver advice and support to vulnerable European communities in London. I'll continue to work with JCWI and other civil society organisations to press the government to protect the rights of EU Londoners. I've also, Chair, been asked for an oral update from Caroline Pigeon in relation to Tfl Cash Payments. TfL will monitor how people choose to pay for their travel as they return to the public transport network using operational data, customer feedback and enhanced monitoring by station staff. It will be kept under review what the appropriate payment options should be as the way people pay for their travel continues to evolve. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Can I first invite Assembly Member Pigeon, who wants to have a follow-up question on the question that oral update that you raised. Caroline.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Mayor, despite Andy Byford effectively saying cash will be back at some point on the tube, I am aware that TfL has now commissioned research on the role of cash payments. But with around 260,000 adult Londoners without a bank account and of course many young people without one, the evidence is already there. So will you rule out the Underground going permanently cashless under your watch as Mayor?
But there are no plans for any of these moves to be permanent. If they were, then obviously the proper consultation. I think it's right and proper for TfL to be engaging with Londoners in relation to their response to the pandemic and public transport. A number of things TfL are doing in relation to looking at customer feedback, and I think that's a healthy, good thing to do.
Mr Mayor, under your watch as Mayor, will you personally rule out allowing the transport network, the tube, to go totally cashless?
I think it would be irresponsible after 12 months of a pandemic where the virus spreads by touching to rule out anything for the future. What I care about is that these things are kept under review. Because of lobbying for a number of people and groups, including you, I think we did the right thing in not extending cash-free stations. All these things are constantly kept under review. I'd remind you and colleagues that science is evolving and we're learning new stuff all the time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Also have indication from Assembly Member Bailey, who wants to ask supplementary. I'm not sure whether it's on Mayor's report or any of the oral updates. Assembly Member Bailey.
On the oral update, Chair. Morning, Mr Mayor. I wanted to ask a question about the vigil for Sarah Everard. Did your office have any communication with the police about how it would be policed?
Well, Chair, I'm sure that all members of the Assembly are aware of the law in relation to distinction between operational matters and policy. So we didn't interfere with operational matters in relation to the vigil. That would be inappropriate. And anybody who's just suggests otherwise clearly doesn't understand the law, and it's a really slippery slope. As far as my interaction with the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner was concerned, I spoke to both of them on Saturday evening.
But you've commented on protests in the past and given your support. Where was your office in giving support to this? Did you just have a conversation, or were you behind the vigil going ahead? Did you want to see it go ahead?
I was quite clear on Friday publicly my view in relation to the importance of the government and the police providing clarity in relation to the position on the vigil and coming to an arrangement with those organising the vigil. I made that clear publicly on Friday. On Thursday, the Met Police Service were quite clear in a call to London leaders that the policing of the vigil would be done sensitively.
So are you saying that the police went back on the commitment to police sensitively, because that certainly didn't happen? And are you saying that you would not advocate for Londoners to have this vigil, because of course you've done it before around ABBA protests?
Well, I think your question demonstrates a lack of understanding the difference between a protest and a vigil. If time allows, Chair, I'm more than happy to explain to the member the distinction. I'm quite clear. The job of the police during the pandemic has been incredibly hard because this virus spreads by people coming into contact with one another. That's why the legislation provides clarity in relation to forms of protest. The vigil, for reasons that I'd hope would be clear to most sensible people, were quite clear and quite exceptional. And one of the things that those organising the vigil were keen to do is to get clarity because none of them wanted to be breaking the law. That's why the organisers of the vigil were speaking at length with representatives of the local BCU, Lambeth and Sadiq, and then later on when New Scotland Yard got involved with New Scotland Yard.
So you didn't think there was any place for you to support the vigil, to help them find a way of doing it safely, because of course the courts have made it clear that it's a decision for the police, of which you are the Police and Crime Commissioner, so have the right, and I'll argue the duty, to get involved in this conversation. You didn't think it was right for you to try to find a way to help this vigil go ahead peaceably and safely?
If the suggestion is that the Mayor of London should get operationally involved in policing, it's one I think is a really slippery slope and sets a dangerous precedent. I think it's really important on the police to be in charge of operational matters. But of course, one of the joys of living in a democracy is we're allowed to express an opinion. One of the things that I've done as a consequence of my unhappiness with the way the vigil was policed, not simply speak to the Commissioner, Deputy Commissioner, to seek an explanation, but also to ask two independent watchdogs, Her Majesty's Inspector of Constabulary, and separately the Independent Office for Police Conduct, to look into issues arising from both days leading up to the vigil and the policing of the vigil. And I'm looking forward to both those independent watchdogs responding as soon as they possibly can.
The suggestion, Mayor, is that you could have supported the vigil and made it run far better in the way you've supported ABBA protests. I'm astonished that you didn't feel that you could step in and represent Londoners in that way. Thank you, Chair.
Well, Chair, I'm not sure that's a question or a comment, but let me address the comment and respond to the question, if it is one. I think it's really important for those seeking to seek political advantage from the vigil to be extremely careful. What's important is, of course, that the police were allowed to continue the investigation relating to the horrible death of Sarah Everard, but secondly, that those who feel strongly about male violence against women and girls do what they can to address this issue. The vigil on Saturday was exceptional in many natures. Firstly, because obviously it was taking place in Clapham Common at the bandstand, but also as an opportunity for not just women and girls, but for allies to come together to remember Sarah, but to also focus everyone's efforts on the issue of male violence against women and girls. Because of the exceptional nature of the vigil, I think it was important for clarity to be given by the government and the police, which is why I made that point quite publicly on Friday. If the Assembly member didn't see those comments on Friday, I'm more than happy to have my office sent to him, both the media I did on Friday, but also transcript what I said on Friday as well, Chair.
Thank you. I'd like now for us to move on to item number 4, which is substantive item questions to the Mayor. So let us move to the questions on the priority order paper. As usual, as ever, may I please request the members to mute your microphones when you're not speaking, and the usual appeal to try and ask questions and not speak over each other for better coverage and understanding of both the questions and answers for the members of public the Londoners who are watching the webcast. So the first question is entitled "A Budget for London" in the name of Assembly Member Cooper. Good morning, Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Mayor, yeah.
No, it didn't. I welcome the introduction of some of the short-term measures I've long been calling for, the extension of the business rates holiday, furlough scheme, VAT reduction and extra support for some of the self-employed. But the budget failed to address how the UK will build back better from this national crisis, the biggest we've faced since the Second World War. Over 300,000 Londoners have lost their jobs during the pandemic, and we have more people claiming universal credit than anywhere else in the country. Yet the budget failed to address this, or the underlying inequalities in our society. Along with others, I called for the £20 uplift in universal credit to be made permanent, for the benefit cap to be lifted, and for no recourse to public funds conditions to be suspended, with an increase to statutory sick pay for those who cannot afford to self-isolate. I called for a job guarantee scheme to protect Londoners who've lost their jobs from falling into long-term unemployment. None of these changes were forthcoming. Nor was there anything for our public services who have been on the front line of the pandemic, just a pitiful 1% pay rise for the NHS staff who've worked so hard to protect us. If the country is going to recover from this crisis, we need London to do well. But there was nothing in the budget that gave me the confidence that the government understands that. Take the £4.8 billion levelling up fund that was announced alongside the budget. I fully support levelling up places across the country, but it can't mean making London poorer. That would make all of our country poorer. Yet according to the Chancellor, communities in deprived London boroughs such as Tower Hamlets are less deserving of investment than those in his own leafy constituency of Richmond, North Yorkshire. Starving London of investment is self-defeating. London's economy accounts for a quarter of the UK's total economic output and contributes a net £38.7 billion to the Treasury.
Mr Mayor, thank you very much for that comprehensive answer. Much good in the budget, but of course for Londoners, we'll really deliver as you say. I just wondered if I could just home in on what you were saying about the levelling up fund. It is bizarre that it seems to have been applied to places, including transport links as a key element. Do you think it would be really helpful for everybody to see the full methodology published, to allay concerns that very, very deprived parts of London and elsewhere in the country are losing out just because of some sort of political ploy?
I think further scrutiny of the allocation of funds from the Chancellor has shown the criteria was partisan issues rather than issues that are objectively measured in a fair and transparent way. One of the concerns many independent commentators have is that the money doesn't appear to be going in those areas that have been most affected by the pandemic, but also in those areas that are crucial to our country's recovery. And I generally say to the government, it's in nobody's interest to play party politics with the government's recovery. It's in all of our interests to get our country back on its feet as soon as possible, particularly once lockdown is lifted.
I mean, I completely agree with that, and London is quite often described as the engine of the rest of the UK's recovery, and yet I know that one of my colleagues in this chamber, this virtual chamber, says that London gets the begging bowl out and that London is getting a very good deal from the government and has been criticising you for continuing to ask for more. You know, is there any time when you are going to stop putting your role and on behalf of Londoners as central to your demands for making sure that London gets its fair share?
Look, one of the jobs of the mayor of this great city is to be champion and advocate for this great city. That means sometimes fighting for this great city. I think this city is not served well by somebody who's in the pocket of the Prime Minister, who is more keen to be a sycophant than to argue on London's behalf. And I'll continue to work constructively with the government when it's in our city's interest to do so, but not be scared to say boo to a goose.
I agree, Mr Mayor. I think cozying up to the government and caving in is not what London needs. I think the budget failed to deliver additional funding for the police, the fire brigade, failed to help councils in London. There was no mention, of course, of social care. It failed to find the funding needed to offer our NHS heroes a proper pay rise. It's a budget that I think is levelling down London rather than levelling up the country. So what plans have you got to mitigate against the new era of austerity that I am suspecting is coming towards public services in general, both councils and City Hall?
Well, although we've got limited powers from City Hall, we're doing what we can to support our cities. So you'll be aware that earlier this week we announced a bump package of measures as part of our recovery summit. And for the first time ever, we've managed to convene all the leaders of our city, from the business community to the community, faith and voluntary community, from trade unions to all our public sector institutions. That bumper package of measures this week is north of £500 million. We've got to do what we can to avoid our city facing a recession like we did in the 1980s, and to have the vision and ambition, as our forefathers and foremothers did after the Second World War, to meaningfully build back better. That's why it's important that the Mayor of this city is a champion and an advocate for this city, and that's what I intend to do should I have the pleasure and honour of being re-elected on May the 6th.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wondered if I could go back to something you mentioned earlier, which was about unemployment. You were mentioning that you didn't feel that the budget had really done anything to counter the predicted rise in London's unemployment. What more can be done to help in this area from government helping you?
So the last 12 months, the bad news is we think more than 300,000 Londoners have lost their jobs. The concern is that as the furlough scheme ends in September, more Londoners will lose their jobs. Unfortunately, the boroughs where there's the largest numbers of Londoners furloughed are the most deprived parts of our city, but also the city with the largest number of Black, Asian, and RC ethnic Londoners. What we're doing from City Hall, in the absence of support from the government, and the key thing the government could do is the National Jobs Guarantee, is we're pivoting some of the adult education funds we have to help those people stay in their jobs where they can, to retrain those Londoners to get them other jobs, but also to speedily support those who have been made unemployed, to get them back into work as soon as possible. And in the meantime, a number of the missions we've got, 9 missions in total, are geared towards making sure that our economy in London is a future-proof green one that supports jobs going forward.
Additionally, I noticed on International Women's Day last week that you committed to ensuring our city's recovery from this pandemic works for women. Women have been hit worse economically, while men have been hit worse in terms of health. How will the London Recovery Board address the pattern of rising unemployment and economic inequality that's afflicting women through the 9 missions?
One of the things this pandemic has done is not just expose the structural inequalities in our city, but exacerbate them. So it's a startling fact that 50% more mothers have lost their jobs during the pandemic than fathers. A combination of childcare, homeschooling, but also the types of work that women in London have traditionally been doing. So 2/3 of the adult education budget we have is supporting women. We've got to do what we can to make sure that women are getting the skills they need in future-proof, well-paid jobs. Think of tech, think of green, think of creative, but also there's opportunities in health and social care as well. And so we will do what we can with the limited powers and funds we have to support women during this difficult period.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's great to have a feminist in City Hall. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, I will follow the running order which has been placed before me for questions and answers. Is Assembly Member McCartney, has she been able to join us? She's on the list next.
Chair, I understood that she was sent a message saying she might not be here on time. I have just covered off her question as best as I was able. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Okay. So the next question, Mr. Mayor, is from Assembly Member Curtin, which is about common sense.
Thank you, Chair. Everything I've done over the past 5 years has been done with Londoners' best interests at heart. I've kept my promise to stand up for London, and we've made some big changes that have improved our city in important ways. It's common sense to protect London's environment. We've reduced toxic air pollution by 1/3, declared a climate emergency, protected our green spaces, and are delivering a 5-fold increase in cycle lanes. It's common sense to provide the affordable homes Londoners need. We've started to build more new council homes than in any year since 1983, stood up for leaseholders caught in the cladding scandal, and are campaigning for the introduction of rent controls. It's common sense to keep the cost of living down. We've introduced the Hubble bus fare and frozen all TfL fares across 5 years, saving Londoners over £200. It's common sense to be tough on crime and tough on the causes of crime. We've put over 1,000 additional officers on London streets and invested over £17 million in youth and sports clubs to create more opportunities for young Londoners. It's common sense to stand up for London's values and make the city a welcoming place for everyone. and I've done just that, banging the drum for London as an outward-facing, progressive and open city in the face of Brexit, battling for a fair deal for London from this anti-London government, and standing up to bullies like Donald Trump, who want to sow division where there should be none. I'm incredibly proud that Londoners have stood together through all this, showing their values of openness, tolerance and supportiveness through even the most trying of times. Some members use the words common sense when they really just mean the personal opinion they themselves hold.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. So you put out a tweet last year in February saying this: trans women are women, trans men are men, non-binary people are non-binary, all gender identities are valid. Now, I read that, and I know a lot of people read that and probably didn't have the foggiest what you were talking about, but it seems to appear that you think that men who say they're women are actually women, and women who say they're men are actually men. So I want to see what you actually think about this. I mean, do some women have male reproductive organs?
I think you're in danger of conflating sex and gender. And I think in relation to gender, I think people should be able to define themselves. And I said it knowing full well that 1 out of 4 trans teenagers try and kill themselves. The group of Londoners, people across our country who should be supported rather than ridiculed as you're seeking to do.
Well, I'm not. I'm just simply trying to find out your opinions, but you've dodged the question. You haven't answered the question. Do some women, Mr. Mayor, have male reproductive organs?
As I explained, you're conflating sex and gender, and one's biology at birth often is not the gender one chooses to have, and that's why it's important to provide a supportive environment to those who are either transitioning or who are trans.
But what about the other way around? I mean, can some men get pregnant and give birth?
Well, I think what you're in danger of doing is to try and incite hatred against a group of people that I care passionately about. As far as I'm concerned, trans rights are human rights. And I proudly stand against any abuse directed towards trans people and the wider LGBTQ+ community. It may seem fun to you and a good way of playing to a certain audience. I'm not going to have it.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm simply asking you a question to find out what you think, and you simply haven't answered my question. But if I said to you, Mr. Mayor, I'm a woman, would you recognise that I'm a woman?
If you decided to call yourself a woman, David, and wanted to transition into a woman, I'd help in any way I could. I think the idea, though, for you to make some cheap points on an issue that's really important to a lot of people. A lot of people suffer extreme anxiety and go through real turmoil when they make the transition, only for people like you to ridicule them. I think it's not really on, David. And to use this platform this way, I'm not going to amplify those sorts of messages.
Mr. Mayor, I want to find out what you think, because this is an issue that people have opinions on, and I want to find out your opinions. And there's also a move to change the language. For example, in the NHS, want to remove words like mother and pregnant and actually call, instead of calling people pregnant women, they're calling people pregnant people. Do you support moves to remove words like women and mother from the language?
I've not seen what you're referring to. I've got a mother, so I'm happy to.
There's been lots of reports, for example, certain NHS areas are trying to remove words so that we don't have maternity services anymore. They want to change things from saying breastfeeding as becoming chest feeding, for example. I mean, would you support changing the language?
Chair, can I raise a point?
Sorry, Chair, I'm being interrupted in this.
I believe it is improper, and I
member has a right to.
Standing Orders, Section 2.10b, Part 2.
No, you have a right to intervene. Please go ahead, Assembly Member.
We're hearing very discriminatory language here, and I think the member should not be further heard.
I would second that suggestion from Assembly Member Russell. This is appalling, and also the Mayor has no responsibility for the National Health Service, and the reports about these matters have been proven to be incorrect in any case. I mean, this is just, completely inappropriate for this Assembly to be listening.
Assembly Member Curtin, I do believe that if not actually you're verging on very, very offensive comments which are not acceptable, and therefore can you please move on, and if you have any other issue, any item of question, please ask that to the Mayor.
Mr. Chairman, I'm simply asking questions about things that are happening in London and things that the Mayor has tweeted about and things that he has an opinion about. So I think everybody should be allowed to ask questions of the Mayor and see what he thinks. And he does have some responsibility for healthcare and health inequalities. So I would put that question to the Mayor again. Does he support those changes in language?
Well, look, Mr. Mayor has answered your question. I think please move on. I have given my ruling. I do find your line of questioning and in the way you're putting it offensive to many. And therefore, if you don't have any other question, I'd like us to move on.
I don't have any other questions on any other topic.
Right. Thank you. On this. Assembly Member Boff, you had a supplementary on this particular question.
Assembly Member Curtin is following the same old strategy that we've seen in Europe for decades, if not hundreds of years, of blaming a minority for the problems of the majority. And of course, that also entails coming up with lies and tries to make them plausible. There is no such removal of the words mother and breast from the NHS. It isn't happening, it doesn't exist. And as he well knows, what the NHS is doing is trying to use language, inclusive language, for people in particular circumstances. There is no rewriting of the language. Mothers will be mothers, fathers will be fathers. I am, that's it. He's basing it all on lies. And what is the truth? The undeniable truth. And I hope this assembly can speak as one. Well, obviously not as one, because the one person has gone AWOL. That trans men are men, trans women are women, and trans rights are human rights. And let's never forget that.
Thank you. I mean, it's a comment, it's a statement, so I'm not sure if Mayor wants to come in on that. I'd like to move on.
Chair, I think Senator Boff was asking me a question, and in response to what he said, can I say how proud I am to associate myself completely with what Andrew Boff has said, what Caroline Russell has said, and what Ione Cooper has said. I think you've heard this morning, Chair, cross-party support from the Conservatives, from Labour, and from Greens. Now, some will try to portray this as council culture. This is not council culture. What's happened is a combination of Conservatives, Labour and Greens have sought to educate the ignorance that is spewing from that member's mouth.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On that note, can we take next question, which is from Deputy Chair, Assembly Member Arbour on London Power. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your question, Senator Arbour. And this, your last Mayor's question time, I want to thank you for your 21 years of service on the Assembly, including 2 periods as Chair. In this time, you've campaigned and scrutinised for Londoners on numerous issues, including recently your support for boats on the Thames, your opposition to Heathrow expansion, and your work on listing City Hall. And you've got me involved in all 3 of those things I hasten to add. From planning to policing, environment to the economy, you've sat on or chaired almost every committee in the Assembly's history, and your vast historical and local knowledge of South West London has been invaluable and appreciated in standing up for your constituents. Can I just add, Chair, although I've often been at the receiving end of his wit and sarcasm, I will miss him, and I wish him the best of luck in the future. To turn to the question, according to Ofgem, Londoners are amongst the most likely people in Britain to have prepayment meters and amongst the least likely to switch energy supplies, leading to higher prices and reduced access to good deals. We set up London Power to give Londoners access to energy that is always fair, always affordable and always green, with excellent customer service. There are no exit fees, 100% renewable electricity is standard, and there is automatic rollover into the cheapest similar tariff. London Power was launched in January 2020, and since then over 5,000 Londoners have signed up who are saving an average of £209 per year. The marketing campaign for London Power began in 2020 using digital, social media, print and radio adverts, billboards and direct mails. This was paused in March 2020 due to the pandemic, but as energy bills rose across the year, it was restarted in a limited way in September 2020, focusing on digital and radio advertising. Alongside the pan-London marketing activity, local activities included targeted postcard drops, social media and email advertising, and outreach to borough energy and money advice services on a smaller scale than was the case had the pandemic not happened. For too many Londoners, they still pay too much for their energy bills and many live in fuel poverty, so we've made sure our offers work for low-income and vulnerable Londoners. The most affordable plan is linked to the cheapest 10% of tariffs in the market, with customers on this plan saving £243 on average a year, and this is in fact the cheapest prepayment tariff on the market.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and can I particularly thank you for your comments at the beginning. Yes, we've often crossed swords. I've always enjoyed it. I think that we should be a proper debating chamber, and that's why, unfortunately, my final year has turned out in a way to be a disappointment. Debating in this way it isn't the right way, I think, to exercise democracy. But in relation to my question, do you know how many households there are in London, Mr. Mayor?
Not off the top of my head, but they go up all the time because of the separations, HMOs and flats, but I'm not sure.
Yeah. Well, it's around 4 million households. Do you know how many new households, that's in the sense of new developments, each one of which could be classified as a household, were created in the last year?
I'd have to hazard a guess. I couldn't be as precise as I'd like to.
Well, the figure is around 25,000. Are you a customer of London Power?
I am.
And as a customer of London Power, you will know that you are in a very tiny minority. You've told us that there are 5,000 customers of London Power. That's fewer than 0.1% of Londoners. Do you know how much London Power has spent of your money, our money, on recruiting those 5,000 subscribers?
I just make this point that obviously the marketing was suspended because of the pandemic, so I appreciate the criticism, of course I do, but it's a situation where because of the pandemic, the plans that London Power had and we had to be suspended for, I'm sure, reasons you'd agree with, and clearly once we come out of lockdown, marketing will escalate and we'll hopefully get more customers signed up to London Power.
Well, you say that, Mr. Mayor, but the new households that I've already referred to were new customers who weren't signed up to anybody. All of them had the opportunity to sign up to London Power. They, unlike you, have not signed up. Does that not suggest to you that the marketing has not been very successful, that it's in fact been extremely poor value for money for Londoners, that you were unable, on the basis that you've already described as how wonderful London Power is, that you've been unable to attract those people as customers?
I think you're in danger of confusing the lack of take-up by the service being provided. The marketing has been suspended, which is the explanation for why the numbers of customers aren't as high as we'd like. I mean, I'll give you an example. City Hall itself, our bandwidth over the last year has been focused on the pandemic. So, for example, within City Hall, the team that would have ordinarily be working with London Power to maximise customer uptake has not been there. What I'm saying to you, Senator Arbour, is once lockdown is lifted, I'm confident that we'll restart the marketing and you'll see an increased number of customers being London Power customers.
Well, Mr. Mayor, the truth of the matter is that the parent company of London Power, which is Octopus, is undertaking currently, and has been, so far as I can tell, throughout the year, been undertaking a marketing campaign. You as a customer will know that when you contact London Power and when you receive bills from London Power, the reference is to Octopus. We have spent, according to the last set of accounts, around £3 million on London Power. That's a subsidy which amounts on the number of customers you say London Power has of around £750. This can't possibly be good value for money. It suggests that Octopus, in effect, has been exploiting the fact that it runs London Power as a marketing ploy for them rather than for us. Do you have any view on that?
Yeah, I think you're wrong. I think London Power is clearly marketed as London Power. There's obviously reference to powered by Octopus Energy. London Power isn't the only white label product that Octopus Energy work with. It is a fact that there are a number of services that we provide where the number of customers hasn't been commensurate with the cost. I'll give you another example. We spend £600 million every 4 weeks providing public transport for our city. The number of passengers doesn't equate to the money spent, and there are other examples we could give.
That isn't an analogy, Mr. Mayor. The power market in London is a free market. People have the option to sign up to whichever supplier they want. You've chosen to subsidise this particular supplier. If you look at their website, and indeed you say as far as you're concerned it's London Power who's communicating with you rather than Octopus, it's notable that Greenpeace has separated from its relationship with London Power. If you look on your own website, what you say about London Power and what London Power says about itself, describes itself as being wonderfully green. It suggests that if it makes a profit, and on the face of it, it's never going to make a profit, but on your website, you say that the profit it's going to make is going to be distributed for clean power. Greenpeace doesn't think you are supplying green power. Can I suggest to you, as a sort of parting shot, that it's no business of yours, it's no business of the mayoralty to subsidise a company like Octopus with the pretence that it's somehow green and helpful to Londoners?
I disagree. One of our roles as administration is to support the poorest Londoners, but also those who are determined to have renewable energy rather than to have fossil burning energy. So the commitment we can give as London Power is we ensure fair pricing. This means there's a competitive tariff, but also more importantly, when the tariff comes to an end, there's a rollover onto the cheapest similar tariff, and that's not something that happens with other companies. But also, we can offer 100% renewable electricity on all plans, and that's also something not offered by other plans. And when there are profits, you say there will never be profits, when there are profits, they will be reinvested into London communities.
There will never be a profit. I believe that this is £3 million that you have thrown away. But anyway, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. That's my valedictory.
Thank you. I was hoping, Chair, to have the experience of the member on some of the money spent by the previous mayor on vanity projects like bridges or cable cars or
I disapprove of this.
Or pedestrian airports, but instead we hear about his criticism about a renewable energy plan and London Power. Hey-ho.
We've spoken about your debating technique, which you have sought to use there, and all too often it's denigrating your predecessor. It's not worthy of you. It's certainly not worthy of London politics.
Well, Chair, I'm afraid I'm disappointed that the Assembly member, in his last opportunity, doesn't put on record the fact that it's important for us to have a future that is green, for us to have a future that thinks about our children and grandchildren. And London Power is one way we'll be supporting the environment by making sure that all of the product it provides are renewable, which is something that others can't do. But I'm disappointed in his lack of support for the future. I wish him well, though, in his retirement.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, we have intervention, another question on this matter from Assembly Member Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Mayor, you just touched on some of the things that I wanted to get to in this follow-up, but you decided to enter into this area of giving Londoners the opportunity for access to cheap, clean and green energy It's not something that was done by any of your predecessors who did indeed waste 38 million on a garden bridge that was neither a garden nor a bridge and doesn't exist. And money has gone into this at this very early stage. It's a new startup. You decided to do it as a white label, despite some people saying you should go into it as a fully licensed opportunity for City Hall. I have always felt that you've got the balance between entering into a new area on behalf of Londoners and balancing the necessary risks, the risks that are involved necessarily in that, together with pushing ahead because of the climate emergency. Do you feel that there's any possibility of getting somebody like departing Assembly Member Arbour to understand the need for Londoners to be part of the solution to climate rather than part of the problem?
Yeah, I'm disappointed by the last intervention from Senator Arbour. I think his party politics hat came into being rather than his being classy hat. He's the guy that wants me to get involved in riverboats on the Thames, even though I've got no responsibility to do so, yet he criticises me for trying to address the issue of fuel poverty. He's the guy that wanted me to get involved in a court case stopping the expansion of Heathrow and doesn't want me to get involved in addressing the issue of fuel poverty. And by the way, both issues, Heathrow expansion and investing in renewable energies, are linked because they're addressing issues that affect our environment. So some would call it hypocrisy. It's his last meeting, I won't call it that. What I'll say instead is we've managed to, by avoiding the advice we were given by the Greens to have a fully nationalised energy provider like Nottingham, like Bristol, and also avoided the advice from the likes of Tony Arbour not to get involved in this at all, managed to find a third way. And that third way is a white label product that is addressing the issue of both fuel poverty, but also the issue of having renewable energy. And the key thing is this: when somebody comes to the end of their tariff, rather than going into an expensive variable tariff, they go into the cheapest tariff that we can find under the Octopus umbrella. But secondly, every percent of the energy they're using is 100% renewable. I'd call that a win-win.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So would I. Thank you for being bold and taking action.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next question is from Assembly Member Barry, which is about total cost of Silvertown Road Tunnel to Londoners.
Thank you, Chair. Investment in the Silvertown Tunnel will bring widespread benefits to London, none of which would be realised if the contract was cancelled. Suggestions that the money being spent on this scheme could be invested elsewhere are misleading and inaccurate. The scheme is funded by private finance, which simply cannot be reallocated. By finally addressing the long-standing issues of the Blackwall Tunnel, it will hugely reduce, if not effectively eliminate, congestion in the area, improve air quality overall, and support economic growth in East London by transforming access to cross-river public transport. The health and economic costs to Londoners of congestion at the worn-out Blackwall Tunnel are huge. The tunnel has to be closed around 700 times a year, and if it closes for even 6 minutes, the queue quickly extends to 3 miles. Around 1 million hours are wasted each year as a result, costing around £10 million in lost time for people and businesses. These roads also suffer from some of the worst air quality in London, and this is exacerbated by the congestion and regular queuing. Doing nothing is not an option. Tfl awarded a design, build, finance, maintain contract to the River Links Consortium at the end of 2019. River Links Limited have secured a £1.2 billion in finance to cover design, construction, risk and other expenditure for the project. Only once the tunnel has been built and is open will TfL begin to make repayments to River Links. This means that TfL is not liable for additional payments or delays in the same way as more traditional construction contracts. River Links will be responsible for the maintenance and renewal of the systems and equipment over 25 years. TfL anticipates that revenue received from user charging at the Blackwall and Silvertown tunnels will more than cover annual payments to River Links, which are contingent on performance. Any surplus will be reinvested in the transport network. Even as traffic has decreased dramatically on some roads in London during the COVID-19 pandemic, congestion has continued at the Blackwall Tunnel. In fact, the tunnel has had to be closed over 420 times since the pandemic began. This demonstrates the importance of a reliable and resilient crossing in that part of London. This vital river crossing will reduce congestion, transform cross-river public transport connections, and improve some of the worst air quality anywhere in London.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And yeah, just before I start, I wanted to say from the Green Group, thank you for answering, for the most part, our questions really constructively. This term we've had some good discussions and influence. And when I think about the previous mayor's attitude to scrutiny, including especially from some of the women members, I just wanted to highlight that I appreciate the difference. Today might not be our most agreeable session, however, because of the topic. Now, I really wanted just to focus on costs here, and I've been looking over the audit report from Ernst & Young, and there are three things that I want to put to you that do still worry me about the costs that this might pay out for Silvertown in the end. Firstly, on tolls, the report says there's a deficit in the toll income right up until 2040. That's around £100 million of deficit to cover until then. Secondly, changes to the contract. TfL has already listed 2 contract variations in its transparency data, both paid to Riverlinks, totalling around £10 million. These seem to be in addition to the main contract. And third, construction risk. I'm not convinced this is covered. Are Londoners liable if this tunnelling goes wrong? It's a very high-risk project, as far as I can tell. It's a wide tunnel to take HGVs 2 abreast, much more serious than, say, a tube tunnel. It could easily hit problems. So, if we're liable for construction risk, variations to the contract and this tolling deficit that's in the report, what are you telling future mayors that the total bill for Silvertown is going to be?
You raised a number of points, even you've conceded in your questions, so if you give me a chance to respond to them. Firstly, we're quite clear that the benefits of using this model of design, build, finance, maintain are far better than any alternatives. You'll appreciate that the normal way construction is done in transport is often by TfL having to borrow and then build.
Yeah, I'm aware that DfL stopped using PFI a while ago.
I mean, I'm still trying to answer the first of your questions. But the advantage of this type of contract is there's an incentive by the person constructing it, the company constructing it, in the issue of maintenance, because they'll be in charge of maintenance for the next 25 years. So normally in a build and construct contract, there is only the contraction incentive to make sure it's a good product. Because they're in charge of the maintenance for 25 years, there's an incentive to make sure the construction is done well. But also appreciate
the three gaps that I identified.
But also you appreciate the contract involves design, build, finance and maintain. So the company, the consortium, are responsible for those things. Clearly, if there was a difference of opinion, then that would be resolved either amicably or, if need be, through any contractual issues through the courts. I'm quite clear that the consortium being liable for the build and construction, that takes the pressure off TfL, clearly will be keen to make sure the construction is done well. But there is a self-interest in the consortium doing it well because they'll be maintaining it for the next 25 years.
You haven't, I'm afraid, answered any of those 3 points about the tolling deficit, the potential construction risk. I noticed that TfL have already got a capital cost of around about £200 million in there. I mean, we don't know. You won't release the cancellation costs. But looking at what I've said there, if, for example, it was to run a third over budget like Crossrail, you'd be looking at £700 million in extra cost there. There's £100 million in tolling deficit. Seems to me like even now it might be cheaper for you and for future mayors if you were to cancel it now. Now I've actually run out of time there.
Yeah, but you've asserted things that are untrue. I mean, you can't assert things that are untrue, give a clip for social media and not give a chance to respond. I mean, a number of your assertions are simply not true.
There isn't 200 million.
Chair, in your hands. I mean, if members want to use their time in asserting things that are untrue, then say I've run out of time. I'm not sure how this is a meaningful mayor's question time, but hey-ho.
Okay, I will send you the 3 pieces of information that I have.
I'm sure I'll see you in a press release, but yeah.
You can answer them. I am out of time, though. Thank you very much.
Sorry. Point of order, Chair. The Green Group isn't out of time, I don't think, according to my thing, so the Mayor can answer the question. The member has put a legitimate questions of concern, and the Mayor should be able to respond. The Green Group is not out of time.
That's true.
Can the Mayor answer in one word whether or not there's a tolling deficit?
Chair, the idea that I'll be dictated how many words I can use to answer a question is ridiculous. The point is the member has had a long opportunity to make assertions that are simply untrue. And the best one word I can say is untrue.
Okay, well, if you can't answer me succinctly in more detail than that, you signed this contract. I don't know.
Your question is longer than the time you give me to answer.
You can't talk about it.
Well, look, certainly Mayor is prepared to give details, but as you're saying, because of the time taken for all of that, I think we move on to the next question, which is on TfL funding from Assembly Member Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Mayor.
Before I respond, I just want to thank Assembly Member Moore for her service. She's been a great representative for Londoners and an excellent chair of the Transport Committee. I know you'll continue your work on housing, regeneration and economic development in your role as a councillor in Barnet, as well as your campaigning on road safety and air quality. In January, Chair, TfL published its plan setting out how it could become financially sustainable by 2023 and 2024. That plan demonstrates the critical role of TfL to the city's economic, social and environmental health and forms the basis of discussions with government ahead of the current funding agreement expiring, which happens in 2 weeks. Put simply, there will be no recovery for London without a properly funded TfL. And as London's economy represents 23% of the country's GDP, and investment in transport here supports jobs and growth across the UK, including 43,000 jobs nationwide through the Tube Investment Programme alone, it's in the national interest that TfL is properly funded. With the support of the Assembly, I've asked that government lets us retain the vehicle excise duty paid by Londoners. It's a reasonable request, all parties here in London support, but so far it's been dismissed. The pandemic has decimated TfL's finances and shown it can no longer be forced to rely so heavily on fares revenue. Sustainable funding is needed. Any talk of reducing services to save money is completely counterproductive. We need to run as full service as possible to support social distancing and protect health. We also need to ensure that public transport remains a convenient and attractive option to avoid a car-led recovery that would replace one health crisis with another. I'm grateful to the CBI, London First, the London Chamber of Commerce, the FSB, the TUC, the TSA and others adding their voices to the calls on government to provide the funding TfL needs. The transport network is our city's beating heart and the envy of the world. Starving the capital of investment will do nothing but jeopardise the whole country's recovery from the pandemic. We must not let that happen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for those kind comments you made. I want to pick up a number of those areas. So, Mr. Mayor, the government still refuses to publish the taxpayer-funded KPMG report, and you referred to your financial sustainability plan, but as we heard at TfL board this week, the government hasn't given any substantive or real feedback on that report. How do you respond, or can you respond, to the government's demands when you don't know the basis for them?
It's very difficult. I mean, you've met our commissioner. He's an incredibly passionate, reasonable commissioner, and his team are pulling their hair out because the financial year ends literally in 2 weeks, and we've got nothing from the government. All we have is numerous questions which have been responded to. And what I'd say to the government is it's in nobody's interest for us to go to the wire. It's in nobody's interest for London businesses to be starved of the work of TfL. It's in everyone's interest to sort this out. And the sooner we start negotiating meaningfully, the sooner we can get a deal over the line, and the sooner we can work towards a rapid recovery. We want to be part of the solution, not a problem.
And I understand that you're trying to be constructive, but one view of this failure to publish or respond is it allows the Conservatives to play fast and loose with the facts. So I wanted to address some suggestions raised by the Conservative group budget amendment. You will agree that sustainable funding relies on accurate data. In their budget amendment, the Conservative group suggested nominee passes cost 46 million, temporarily reduced to 28 to take account of the effects of the pandemic. But in previous years, they've claimed the cost was 44 million, 33 million, 32 million, 24 million. Do these estimates sound accurate, or are they just making things up as they go along?
They're fantasy figures. I mean, each day I see new figures from the Tory candidate running to be the mayor and from the Tory group. And if that's how they're going to have their figures, it's sort of fantasy way. Can you imagine they're in charge of Transport London? No wonder the previous mayor, and I know Tony Arbor doesn't like me denigrating his friend, the previous mayor borrowed more than £7 billion. And he doesn't like me mentioning the cost of the Garden Bridge, neither a garden or a bridge, as Leona Cooper said. So that's why, it's really important to have proper figures. And we really are keen to work with the DfT, who are trying their best to challenge the Treasury. But it's in everyone's interest, for TfL, the DfT, Treasury, to reach a deal so London businesses can have confidence going forward. And the fantasy figures aren't taken seriously, actually, by businesses or sensible people in government.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I'm running out of time, so I'll leave the questions there, but thank you.
Thank you. Next question, Mr. Mayor, which was on decision-making 1227, that's been withdrawn. So we go on to question from Dr. Sahota, Assembly Member, which is on scale of COVID-19 impact.
Thank you, Chair. It's heartbreaking that more than 18,000 Londoners and more than 140,000 people across the UK have now died with coronavirus. Every one of these lives lost is a tragedy, and my thoughts and prayers are with their family and friends. It pains me that the coronavirus crisis not only exposed but increased inequality in our city and across the country. I was concerned that London was not included in the government's coronavirus planning until a late stage, despite London's status as a dense international city and therefore particularly vulnerable to the spread of the virus. I was first invited to a COBRA meeting on the 16th of March last year, after which the Prime Minister announced that London was, and I quote, a few weeks ahead of the rest of the country. I immediately urged all Londoners to immediately stop non-essential social contact and stop all visits to social venues. The government was slow to act on advice from SAGE to close schools and social venues such as bars and restaurants and slow to introduce lockdown. They were slow to protect our borders and to adopt compulsory face coverings on public transport, which I called from in early April. The test and trace system was inadequate, and government pledged support for self-isolation remains insufficient. The government has lurched from one bad decision to another, repeatedly making slow and poor decisions and making so many U-turns, I've lost count. I've already said there must be a full public inquiry when the pandemic is over. Unfortunately, I think it will show that the government's approach has cost many lives. Despite this, we should take heart from the inspiring way Londoners responded at a time of great crisis. The life-saving COVID-19 vaccines now give us light at the end of the tunnel. It's a huge achievement that over 2.7 million doses have now been given to the most vulnerable Londoners and health and care workers. I urge all Londoners to have the vaccine as soon as they are offered it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that answer. The impact of COVID-19 has been referred to as the syndemic, a synthesis of epidemics coming together. 10 years of government policy for austerity, regressive cuts in spending social care, historical patterns of cuts in public health, cuts in welfare families with children, and cuts in education spending with closure of children's centres. This led to public services, including the NHS, in a depleted state and a welfare system that disadvantaged the lower income groups. Then came COVID-19 virus, a biological agent that magnified the fault lines of inequality that exist in society and took advantage of increasing rates of non-communicable disease in our country, leading to the worst death toll in England. Mr. Mayor, do you think the government has learned from the COVID-19 pandemic about the relationship between social determinants of health and outcomes?
No. And actually, I spent some time reading the report from Sir Michael Marmot. It was a review he did 10 years on from his last report. And I think that reinforces the points and sentiments raised in your question. Actually, not just hollowing out of Public Health England, not just the NHS being starved of resources and having reorganisations that were unhelpful, but also inequalities in our society have been made worse over the last 10 years. All this pandemic has done is not simply expose them, but exacerbate them. And it's really important that the recovery missions we have, Odka, address some of these structural inequalities in our society. We can't allow those to fester or get worse.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And of course, the other thing you agree is that the NHS was under stress even before the pandemic due to the government policies that I mentioned previously. The NHS staff have been at the forefront of the national response to the pandemic. The NHS staff have been the heroes of which we all clapped on our doorsteps. Even the Prime Minister and the Chancellor of the Exchequer clapped on the NHS for the NHS in Downing Street. In fact, the Prime Minister owes his life to the excellent work of the NHS staff. However, now the Prime Minister is Mr. Boris Johnson has slapped the nurses on the face with his humiliating salary increase of 1%, which in real terms is a pay cut. What do you think will be the impact of this on the morale of the nurses and the impact on your efforts to reduce London's 11,000 vacancy of nursing posts? What do you think the impact of all this will be on that?
Well, I know the impacts. I spent some time this week and some time last week speaking to and listening to NHS staff, including nurses. They're heartbroken, they're angry, but also they're unclear how they're going to make ends meet because for a variety of reasons, not least inflation and other issues, cost of living, a 1% pay increase ends up being a pay cut. And the short point is, you know, the claps that we gave them doesn't pay the rent, it doesn't pay the utility bills, and it's no comfort if you're somebody who's in a family of somebody who works in the NHS staff to have this from the Chancellor and the Prime Minister. I would ask them even now to reconsider and to give our nurses and NHS staff the pay deal and the pay rise they deserve.
And I know, Mr. Mayor, that you recognise the high cost of living in London, and I want to thank you that you're prioritising the nursing profession in the front line for key housing in London, and hopefully that will materialise and that we can get some reassurance to our frontline staff that London will look after them. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. We move on to a question from Assembly Member Prince, which is about COVID death rate of London bus drivers. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Let me start by saying that the deaths of all transport workers in London and across the country are tragic, and my thoughts remain with their families, friends and colleagues. It saddens me deeply to say that 88 transport workers have died in the pandemic in London, including 51 bus drivers employed by bus operators. On the specific figures mentioned by Senator Prince, I'm not clear what data sets he's comparing, but a sophisticated piece of statistical analysis would need to be carried out to make the assertion he has made. The ONS data for COVID deaths by occupation was not broken down by region, and the ONS website makes it clear that comparisons should not be made using their data with data published elsewhere. Nevertheless, we know from the research Tfl commissioned from UCL's Institute of Health Equity that certainly in the first phase of the pandemic, London bus drivers were worse affected than bus drivers in other parts of the country. And there are a number of reasons for this, including the fact that the first wave of COVID hit London very hard, particularly as it was before the national lockdown. The high number of bus drivers in London who are older, issues around comorbidity, and the high proportion of drivers in London who are Black, Asian and minority ethnic. We've made huge efforts over the last year in our efforts to protect staff and customers on TfL services. In fact, many bus operators around the country have emulated the work done in London. Stringent safety measures have been introduced, including cleaning with long-lasting antiviral cleaning fluid and limits on passenger number to allow for social distancing. Staff facilities have been reconfigured to enable better social distancing, and temporary porta cabin facilities have been constructed to enable staff to spread out. Bus ventilation systems have been improved, and drivers' cabs have been fully sealed up to reduce the risk of transmission following UCL's work on cab design and airflow. For a period last year, passengers were only able to embark and disembark from the rear doors to keep commuters away from drivers. Since August 2020, Imperial College London has been testing for COVID on the TfL network, taking samples from the air and frequently touched surfaces from stations, trains and buses. All results to date have been negative. No trace of COVID-19 have been found. I'd be more than happy to ask for TfL to sit down with Senator Prince to go through the data we have available and to discuss with him the actions taken and continue to take to protect staff and customers.
Well, I'm very grateful for that offer, Mr. Mayor, and I will happily take you up on that. I'd also like to bring some experts with me as well, if that's at all possible. But that's very generous of you, actually, I must say. Do you feel, though, in retrospect, there may have been some decisions that you could or should have taken, or maybe there should have been some questions that you asked?
I reflect on that regularly, Keith, as you'd appreciate, because we're talking about people here. And that's one of the reasons why we got world experts with the UCL Health Equity in to look into that. I wasn't happy with just us, TfL, marking our homework. So we got UCL in very, very wide terms of reference. Their Part 2 report's going to come out soon, and maybe that will tell us things we should have done at the time that we didn't do. One thing that gives me comfort, though, is that nobody else, bus operators, was doing more than us at the time, and in fact, others have copied what we've done, and we continue to evolve. But if there are things we could have done differently, we've got to learn. So far, nothing's been brought to our light, but we've got to be open-minded about it and not closed-minded.
Well, Mr. Mayor, perhaps I could bring some things you like, maybe around the mess offices, where the canteens, if you like, where drivers were meeting, and also ferry cars. And it's interesting, why was the UCL report not asked to look at the COVID risks in relation to clusters such as kitchen, canteens and also conditions for ferry drivers? Why was that not included in the UCL research, Mr. Mayor?
I think you'll find that the main concern that UCL will look into was the issue of bus drivers, because the number of bus workers who lost their lives, not employed by TfL, you know this, employed by bus operators. But we were still concerned at the larger numbers, and that was their focus. But again, there's nothing stopping TfL, and we are doing further work in relation to other transport workers, not just buses, not just ferry, trams, overground, and...
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, sorry to interrupt you. When I talk about ferry drivers, I don't mean people who captain ferries. I mean people who drive cars full of bus drivers to and from where they're meeting for the change of driver. So I apologise for not making that clear. When I talk about ferry drivers, I'm talking about drivers who are tasked to take bus drivers to where they meet their bus changeover. So apologies for not making that clear.
It's my fault. And in government guidance, as you'll appreciate, Senator Prince, government guidance was changing along the way, not just from the government, but from Public Health for England. At all times, TfL was actually slightly ahead of government guidance where we were able to do so, but we had to follow government guidance. And as soon as government guidance changed in relation to, for example, you'll be aware, the use of face masks, face coverings in vehicles, that was a change made in relation to bus operators.
Mr. Mayor, you didn't, the UCL didn't look at that aspect, and that I think is a bit of a failure, to be blunt. And I'd like, perhaps we could...
I'm not sure that's right, though.
Perhaps we could talk about this in our friendly meeting with...
Yeah, but phase 2 of the inquiry is looking at... Phase two of the UCL works looking at other things. So they include things outside of the bus. So if there is an issue in relation to, inverted commas, the ferrying of bus workers, that will be covered by the phase 2 from UCL, because it's looking at other issues.
Okay. One other quick, if I can be really cheeky, as you're in the mind to have a meeting, if I might be really cheeky. The Association of Relocation Professionals estimate that over 20,000 higher value employees are professionally moved into the London economy every year. Will you agree to a short meeting with the relocation industry representatives to discuss ways in which we can make London a go-to destination, bearing in mind what you were saying earlier, Mr. Mayor?
Well, should I be re-elected, I'd be more than happy to personally. If it's the case you want a meeting sooner rather than later, I'm happy for TfL to meet with them, because with PERDA, Keith, I can't, basically PERDA starts from Monday, so it's difficult, but if it's possible, if you want me, I can do it after May the 6th, should I be re-elected. If you want sooner, it'll be officials rather than me, if that's okay.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question is on Crossrail from Assembly Member Vigil.
Thank you, Chair. A huge amount of work is ongoing across the Crossrail project, and it's anticipated that the central section between Paddington and Abbey Wood will open for passenger services in the first half of 2022. 4 through services from Reading and Heathrow in the west and between Abbey Wood and Shenfield in the east are due to be in operation 6 to 12 months after the opening of the central section. Of course, Elizabeth Line trains are already running as standalone services out of both Paddington and Liverpool Street, providing a high-quality service to Londoners who have been needing to travel. Crossrail remains on track to commence trial running this spring. This will mark a pivotal milestone for the programme when it shifts from a construction project to an operational railway. The focus will be on building reliability in the systems, signalling and trains. Crossrail is committed to safely entering this phase at the earliest opportunity. The past month has also seen significant progress in Crossrail's efforts to complete and hand over the newly built central section stations, with Farringdon becoming the first to be handed over to TfL on the 5th of March. Both Tottenham Court Road and Paddington Station have also started the countdown process to handover. As the Assembly Transport Committee noted in its recent report, this project will deliver huge benefits to London and the rest of the UK and will play a key part in the capital's economic recovery from the pandemic.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can you explain why at today's Elizabeth Line committee, the papers state that a review of the delivery timetable will take place this spring? Will that review of the timetable be immediately published? And does this not suggest that further delays are likely to the opening of Crossrail?
Firstly, you'll forgive me, I've not seen the committee papers, but I'm more than happy to. But I'm more than happy to look at them later on today. In relation to trial running, I mentioned in my opening, Caroline, that it's going to be this spring. I suspect it may be to do with how long trial running is going to run for, but with your permission, can I come back to you later on today or this week about what that meant?
Absolutely. And can you give an assurance that throughout this year, all the decisions by the Office of Rail and Road relating to the required authorisation of Crossrail infrastructure and rolling stock will be immediately published?
I'm keen. One of the big changes, and thanks for your support in this, one of the big changes in now it being completely TfL who are in charge of the project, only very recently, is we've got far more ownership over a number of decisions, but also transparency. So where they're our stuff, we'll make them transparent urgently, and your question illustrates the change in us taking this over, the fact that you're able to have that information. In relation to the ORR stuff, again, with your permission, can I just check that and get back to you today to let you know what their view is, but I'm very keen for there to be maximum transparency, and now there's no reason not to, because we're in charge of this now for the first time.
Yeah, I think it's really important for us to have confidence in the next step so we can see, and if there are challenges, I think Londoners need to see that. Absolutely,
and don't think it's not just residents who are affected, who have bought their home, moved into a home because the station's arriving, but many businesses as well, and transparency is not a bad thing, and so the sooner we let people know good news or bad news, the better. But I've not got the detail. Let me go and get back to you about what's possible, and I think there should be transparency as maximum as possible.
Thank you. And finally, given comments reported yesterday by TfL's Chief Finance Officer that Crossrail is running out of cash once again, can you guarantee that Londoners are not going to wake up to hear more bad news about the progress in completing Crossrail in the coming months?
The issue with bad news has been often it's last minute, and the decision that as a normal person you think, why didn't you know this X months ago? So what I can promise you is there'll be no surprises at the last minute. We will give you advance notice. So if you'll know, in recent times, Caroline, we've given you, we've given people significant months notice about challenges rather than, as we had a couple of years ago in August, we were told the line would open in December. That can't be right. And so what I can promise is as soon as we know stuff, we'll share it. What I can't promise, for obvious reasons, is there won't be further, issues that will lead to your displeasure and mine.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next question is from Assembly Member Hall on transparency. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm confident that I've overseen the most transparent administration City Hall has ever had. Since becoming Mayor, I've attended 50 Mayor's Question Time meetings and 23 plenary meetings. I've been asked over 22,500 Mayor's questions and made over 300 commitments following exchanges with Assembly members. I've published around 1,600 decisions. In the first 4 years of my administration, I responded to almost 4,500 freedom of information requests, more than the previous Mayor responded to in 8 years. We've put transparency at the heart of everything we do, and our commitment goes well beyond the mandatory Local Government Transparency Code. We publish interests, gifts and hospitality and expenses for me, mayoral advisors and senior GLA officers. We publish details of senior officer responsibilities, salary data and a GLA organogram. Many of the things City Hall has been doing since 2016 never happened before. We've published over 950 data sets on the London Data Store, which averages over 125,000 users per month, helping Londoners understand the city and develop solutions to London's challenges. We've published the results of our monthly poll of 1,000 Londoners, which we use to shape our decision-making. We've published gender and ethnicity pay audit data and action plans. We've signed up to the Code of Practice for Statistics, becoming the first organisations to do this voluntarily, and we've pre-announced publication dates for our statistics for enhanced transparency. All my statutory strategies were consulted on widely for between 12 and 14 weeks, including public engagement through Talk London, representative polls, surveys of Londoners, focus groups, interviews and stakeholder and community engagement meetings, and we approached London's recovery from the pandemic with the same commitment to transparency. We publish regular data on the impact the pandemic is having on the city, along with agendas and minutes from the London Recovery Board and Recovery Task Force meetings, and the London Recovery Board meetings are recorded and webcast live. We publish my diary, and I've published my personal tax returns. Not only am I committed to transparency, I'm dedicated to engage with Londoners directly so I can understand their views.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So can you tell me, why did your draft budget published on the 19th of January not reflect December's local government settlement with regard to the retained business rate safety net for the GLA?
I think that that David Galley's already explained the reasons why he wasn't earlier on confident about the business rate safety net of 97%, and in any event, because the government had changed their pooling arrangements for London's business rates, his concern was we wouldn't have the same safety net. In any event, had there been that safety net advice to me earlier on, any additional monies from the safety net I'd have invested to TfL. 85% of business rates goes to TfL, with the remainder, as my quote was, to frontline services, fire, police, and those two are really important.
Okay, so why wasn't it published? And for anybody watching this, we are talking about a discrepancy here of over £100 million, so it's no small amount. Why wasn't it published then with caveats around the figure, if you were still concerned?
Well, I think the executive director will be answering that when he comes before the Budget Performance Committee, but he was quite clear that his advice was there was a significant risk of a change in the authority safety net. It wasn't published last year either, and it wouldn't be prudent in the first draft budget to assume a higher level of safety net, because you can imagine if it had been published and we decided to spend that money, and then the safety net from the government was changed, so it wasn't as high, we'd have to make further cuts from some of those services. And I think his advice was the prudent advice, and one which we followed.
Well, he will obviously face questions on that tomorrow. It's a shame that yet again we've got a meeting that we've invited you to, and yet you've declined to come, which of course underlines your reputation as the missing mayor. And it would be interesting to see what emerges. Can you tell me when you knew about this £100 million?
I'm not sure about that figure. The first time the issue of a business rate safety net being discussed with me would have been between us. I think I was before you on the 4th of Jan or 5th of Jan, and the 19th of Jan was the day you referred to. Between those dates that the issue of a business rate safety net first, I think, came to my attention, but we didn't have any certainty about that until far later. And one of the things I'm sure that the executive director, our CFO, essentially would have been waiting for is the final local government settlement, which didn't happen until much later.
Well, so when you came to the Budget and Performance meeting on the 5th of January, did you know about this figure?
No, I don't think I did.
Sorry, you did?
No, I didn't.
You didn't know about it? Well, that's strange because it is so much money. I mean, the difference between the actual safety net and the predictions still used in the January budget, as I've mentioned, was over £100 million of business rate income. So do you think that's an acceptable sum to keep away from, or hidden, in fact, from Londoners?
Again, the insertion is unfounded. The Executive Director of Resources advised there was a significant risk that a lower safety net threshold might be set, and that's particularly in the context of the government deciding to abandon the London-wide pooling arrangement. So it wasn't inconsistent with the government changing their mind on London pooling to also see they'll change their mind on the safety net. There's no advantage to anybody, in your words, hiding the figure, because we were keen to make sure that the Assembly were presented with all the information, and that's one of the reasons why we presented 3 scenarios, full transparency.
Well, there isn't transparency here. This was known about, this figure was known about The draft local government settlement was published on the 17th of December with a proposal that the GLA safety net be set at 97%. And yet neither was December's consultation budget updated, nor did the January draft budget include this information. I don't call that transparent. There were plenty of other things with caveats around them, around the settlement. £106 million. Do you not feel that that should have been in the draft budget so we could have looked at it?
No, I mean, David Galley has been involved in draft budgets of previous mayors as well, and there are very serious assertions cast against him. He was quite clear, and he is quite clear, that the certainty from the government didn't come until much later. So I'm not sure what conspiracy theory you're putting forward. I'm quite clear his advice was prudent, good, solid advice, and that's led to us being able to have a good budget. And by the way, the budget we've published is 92 pages with a huge amount of detail, the same length of pages as the government's budget, with a far bigger amount being spent by the government. That shows the level of transparency that we have under good advice from David Galley.
Please stop trying to deflect. We're not talking about the government. I'm not talking about your director for resources. I'm talking to you. You are the one that says you're completely transparent. I'm trying to find out when you knew about this, why this wasn't put in the draft January figures, which, given the amount of money it was, I feel it should have been, and I'm sure other people will feel it should have been. Did you not query this? Did you not suggest that it should do, as it's such a large figure?
No, I think you misunderstand. The certainty.
You did.
I think you misunderstand. The certainty didn't come till later on. And my first draft budget in January did not change the assumption made previously on the level of business rates assumed in 2021-2022. There were a number of drafts, and as soon as there was certainty, that was presented to myself and in due course to the Assembly.
Was the information kept out of the January budget because admitting you were going to receive over £100 million more than you thought you would rather undermined your plan to increase council tax?
No, again, it's a misunderstanding on your part. So 85% of business rates goes to transport for London. I had made clear that what I thought was unfair was for the DfT to subsidise services in London other than TfL. And so the same proportion of business rates that I previously committed to TfL was going to go to TfL. And so if you're suggesting that there was an advantage to somehow keeping this quiet from the Assembly, there's no motive to do so, because what would have happened had we had certainty sooner is I'd have simply announced sooner the greater share going to TfL and the amount of savings required from the police and the fire service to be even less. I've been quite clear from the first time the draft budget was published that my priority was going to be the fire service and the police service. Subsequently, the Home Secretary made clear her expectation that council tax for the police precinct must go up by £15, and subsequently...
You know I'm under time pressure. You are not answering the question. The whole question revolves around why didn't that £100 million go into the draft budget? You say you're transparent. I don't think that's very transparent. I'm sure anybody watching this would not think that that was transparent. It's had a knock-on effect because the delayed knowledge of this also had a key impact on the Assembly. At least 30 members of staff were put at risk because we started a consultation.
Again, a misunderstanding.
No. I'm talking at the moment. I am talking at the moment. This had a delayed
question time
on this. It should have gone into the draft budget, and it didn't. Therefore, I do not think that this is very transparent. We've looked at it tomorrow, and I'm very sorry that yet again you will not be at a meeting. You are the missing mayor. You have been a disgrace this year, quite frankly, but we will talk in your absence tomorrow to see what happened to that money. Thank you, Chairman.
We've had a 2-minute poor soundbite and not a question. Let me address the poor soundbite. So the only reason the Assembly have got, in the words of the Chair of the Budget Performance Committee, rather remarkably, she's the Chair, additional money is not because of the business rate safety net, it's because of the additional monies raised through council tax, because of the difference between the estimates given by council treasurers and the monies raised from council tax. So again, a misunderstanding from the member in relation to how the budgets work. And again, Chair, I'm more than happy to take the member through this.
No, I'd like to stop now because, as you well know, our time, I don't need to be taken through this, quite frankly. I think somebody should take you through it and you should be more transparent. I'm handing back to the Chair now. Thank you.
Chair, I've been before
No, enough.
17 times since last May, 17 times during the middle of a pandemic. It's because it doesn't like the answers I give.
Enough, please. That's
okay,
enough
thank
of
you.
our time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next question is on new Met police officers from Assembly Member Desai.
Thank you, Chair. Keeping Londoners safe is my top priority, and I've invested a record amount in the Met Police Service, putting an extra 1,300 police officers on London's streets. I welcomed the national uplift of 20,000 officers that was announced in 2019, which should help fill the big gap left by the 21,000 officers that were cut nationally between 2010 and 2019. I've supported the Commissioner in saying that London needs 6,000 of the new officers. So far, the Home Office has allocated just over 2,700 officers to the Met Police Service, only 45% of the officers we need. And we have no clarity on how many will be allocated in the third year of the programme, which is affecting our ability to plan properly. We need all 6,000 officers because of the complexities and challenges that London faces as a global city. It is a fast-paced, dynamic and vibrant city. It is a focus for protests, head of state visits and large-scale gatherings. Sadly, it is also a city at risk of terrorism and organised crime, and the MPS must continue its progress in driving down the blight of violent crime. The MPS intends to use new officers to strengthen investigation, specialist crime and neighbourhood policing, creating town centre teams and additional dedicated ward officers in high harm wards. Ultimately, the deployment of these new officers is the operational responsibility of the Commissioner, and I support her having the flexibility to move them where they're needed most. Not only must the MPS have sufficient officers, they must have the equipment, training and staff support they need to do their job. The government has made huge and sustained cuts to policing since 2010, and I've always made it clear to them that these cuts have consequences. For my part, I've done all that I can to support the MPS. Since becoming mayor, I've invested over £1 billion in the Met Police Service, more than any other mayor of London, including diverting both council tax and business rates receipts to policing for the first time from City Hall.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Mayor. And yes, I do agree with you. Cuts have consequences. So on the question of police numbers, we know that having the right number of officers is important for helping victims of rape and sexual offences, as well as for a number of other reasons. The appallingly low rate of convictions when it comes to rape, around 3% only. So are you therefore then disappointed that at the recent London Assembly meeting, members, and I was very sad about this, so I'd like to keep party politics out of things when it comes to when it comes to issues like police numbers, where I thought we had unanimity. Members of the GLA Conservative group failed to show support for your and the Commissioner's call for 6,000 officers to be provided to the Met as part of the government's police officer uplift program. They actually abstained. And I come from the political background where I actually think you could have the courage of your conviction, either vote for something or vote against. But just abstaining and sitting on the fence?
I wasn't aware of that, actually. I thought there was cross-party support for 6,000 officers out of the 20,000, and I'm really pleased you told me that, because that'll help me over the next 40 days standing against a Tory candidate who sits on the fence and is not in favour of more police for our city. Thanks for that bit of intel.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. My other question, at the police committee, we've heard from both the CPS and from the Met that the lack of resources has had a detrimental impact upon the number of rape and sexual assault cases that lead to conviction. We also know that victims of these crimes are facing an extra barrier at the moment due to huge court delays. Can you confirm whether there has been any progress in establishing the new secure court facility in London that you've called for to help resolve this issue?
No, the bad news is that we haven't got the large secure facility in London that we need to address the more difficult cases where you need those sorts of courts with the security and so forth. The Nightingale-style courts that the government is talking about for London don't address the issue that you and I are both concerned about, which is at least serious and of the spectrum. And the problem is that will mean these trials won't happen until maybe 1-2 years after the incident, and so you can understand why the attrition rates are so high and why victims don't want to carry on with a really stressful criminal justice process if there's going to be such delay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I just finish on this note? I welcome your announcement yesterday to invest £3 million in new services to provide targeted support for victims of violence against women and girls, and also your call for the government to update the domestic abuse bill so that migrant victims aren't afraid to report abuse for fear of immigration enforcement. I actually published a pamphlet on this issue, I think last year. It's on my website. And when it comes to domestic abuse in particular, or any serious crime, we cannot have a two-tier level of policing in London. All Londoners should expect support from the police when they report a crime. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for all the work you've done over the last 5 years to keep London and Londoners safe, in spite of the government not giving the resources that you quite rightly expect.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next question is from Assembly Member Arnold on learning losses in school.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for your question, Jeanette, and for your service to London over the past 21 years as an Assembly member. Your campaign on transport, on crime, on affordable housing has been a real benefit, not just to North East Londoners, but to all Londoners. You've driven forward campaigns to end female genital mutilation in London, to address sexual harassment on public transport, to achieve justice for victims of knife crime, and your work to support young people during the pandemic has been unrivaled. You've been Chair of the Assembly on 5 separate periods, using that role to engage Londoners, including through some excellent events for occasions, including the International Women's Day. And some research Sean Barry did alerted me to the fact that no women in our city's history has received more votes than you. Quite remarkable. And you've been a big sister to me, Jeanette. The Chamber won't be the same without you, Tony and Nikki, I can tell you that. And I wish you the best for the future. The anticipated widening of the attainment gap is deeply concerning for all of us who are determined to tackle inequalities and build a city where everyone can fulfil their potential. Education is, of course, the responsibility of central government, and they need to do much more. But I'm also doing what I can to support our children right now. We know the pandemic has revealed and exacerbated existing inequalities, and I'm particularly concerned about those children who are already struggling. My violence reduction unit's inclusive schools and PRU mentoring programs are helping some of our most disadvantaged children, and I've commissioned the RSA to research and share practice that supports schools to reduce the number of children excluded or going missing from class. This work includes a focus on how lockdown has impacted students most at risk. Working with learning councils, we've made helping young people to flourish with access to support and opportunities a key outcome of the London Recovery Programme, and we're aiming that all young people in need have access to a personal mentor, and all young Londoners have access to quality local youth activities. To support this, I'm now investing £1 million more on mentoring and tailored support for children and young people, and I'm expanding my Stepping Stones programme to help vulnerable children transition from primary to secondary school. We also need to help young people with the next steps, and our £32 million Good Work for All fund will prioritise training, education and employability support to help Londoners gain skills and move into work in sectors key to London's recovery. And Jeanette, you will know, we need to ensure that every young Londoner, regardless of their background, has a fair shot at fulfilling their potential.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And we are the beneficiaries of the education system of this city. And we are the legacy of the hard work that our parents and grandparents have put into this city. And it's been a pleasure seeing you sitting in that chair as an inspiration for future Londoners. And can I just follow that and say, I think Tony, Nikki and I will accept the statue now. So if you can get on with commissioning that, or I expect to see that as a recommendation.
Can I say to that, whether it's naming a building, whether it's a mural, whether it's a street name, whether it's a statue, I think you, Nikki and Tony deserve that and some.
Absolutely, we're looking to see us mentioned in the recommendations of your commission. But seriously, thank you, and if I can just, Mr. Mayor, also thank the Deputy Mayor, my good friend Joan McCartney, for all you've done in terms of placing children and young people at the centre of your agenda. And if the polls are correct, Mr. Mayor, you will be returning to City Hall after May the 6th. And I just need you to say, I know it's in your heart, but will you assure me that on your report you will make the issue of the catching up for young people really a central theme of any initiatives or work that you do? This is so important because we must prevent a lost COVID generation. We must prevent that at all costs.
I mean, can I say, Chair, Jeff Arnold was part of the team in the noughties in the 2000s that really addressed the issue of London being behind the rest of the country in relation to education. And the divide between London children and the rest of the country was humongous. And in the noughties, in the 2000s, huge progress was made in London schools, doing far better for our children. And the concern that Jeanette has articulated is all that progress being undone because of this pandemic. Many of our children have lost more than 100 days of schooling, and these are children who often don't have access to the tablets and the laptops they need. And so you're spot on about the needs, not just to catch up, but to avoid the inequality being exacerbated. And the commitment I give to you, Senator Arnold, is that as long as I'm the Mayor, our children will continue to be a focus of City Hall's work, even though we have very little statutory powers. And can I thank you for recognising the huge work Joanne's put in this really important area, often not recognised, often behind the scenes, but really pushing this really important agenda up the work of City Hall.
Thank you.
Right. Next question is from Assembly Member Devonish on the future of our police station and front counters.
Thank you, Chair. The Commission and I have been clear since the publication of the public access strategy that each borough will be served by a 24/7 front counter while the number of buildings across London are rationalised. When the public access strategy was under consideration in 2016 and 2017, we were doing everything we could to mitigate the impact of the £850 million cuts the Met Police Service had to find because of the government's austerity measures. The impact of these cuts were compounded by my predecessor's failure to make the full use of his powers as Mayor to direct more funding from City Hall to the Met Police Service, meaning the baseline funding for policing in London was much lower than it would have been if he'd taken responsibility and increased the share of council tax raised for policing. In that context, tough decisions had to be made, prioritising money away from buildings and towards officer numbers and investing in the ways that Londoners want to be able to contact their police service in the digital age. I've welcomed the government's latest decision to fund the recruitment of more police officers across England and Wales. The Commission and I believe that 6,000 should be allocated to London. So far, we've been allocated just over 2,700 officers. The MPS's new estate strategy is being formulated at present and will come forward for ratification later this year. But I must note the difficulties inherent in making long-term decisions on police buildings when future funding remains uncertain. The safety of Londoners is a top priority for me. While my latest budget gives the MPS some certainty on City Hall's funding intentions for the next 4 years, there's been no such assurance from the government, and I urge Assembly members to support our efforts in lobbying the government on this point.
Mr. Mayor, good morning. My colleague, Felicity Buchan MP, wrote to your Deputy Mayor on the 24th of February about our 2 police stations in North Kensington, Notting Hill and Royalty Studios. Although she's chased the response, no response whatsoever about North Kensington police stations. Can you confirm to me that you will chase that response before Purda, please?
Happy to give that assurance, Chair, and thanks for raising that, Tony. I'll chase it up.
Thank you. In terms of your earlier comments, Mr. Mayor, you are the Police and Crime Commissioner for London, and I just wanted to read you one of my local MP's tweets about a typical Friday night in London to you. At 6:56, police were called to report of a man suffering a stab injury at a residential address in Croydon. At 7:15, 4 men, all in their 20s, received stab injuries in SW16. At 8:10, officers attended a residential address in S25, where unfortunately a man had been stabbed to death. At 8:51, police heard about 2 men in their 30s attending a London hospital with stab injuries. At 9:12, police were called to an address in Croydon where a man was found in his 40s with a stab wound. Mr. Mayor, this is not about politics. This is about people's safety in London. Will you reconsider, particularly for places like North Kent, where you are taking out the police station as the fear of crime in our communities? And it's 3 years this autumn since you announced police station closures. Nothing's actually really happened. It's gone at glacial pace, and residents are really concerned about this. Do you accept that?
Well, Chair, we've had some remarkable questions today. I think Tony Devenish was the prize for the most remarkable question. No mention of how the victims are doing and their families. I'm hoping that they've all made a recovery. But he's asking a question where he used examples of awful injuries sustained by Londoners in parts of London far away from the police station he's referring to, which demonstrates that the fact that it's a party political point rather than about addressing the issue of police in our great city. So what's really important is to recognise that Londoners have reportedly told us that putting more officers on the street is their top priority, not keeping them hidden behind desks in offices which the public really set foot in. Those aren't my words, they're the words of one Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson that closed down 76 front counters during his...
Mr. Mayor, you've been mayor for 5 years now. If you continue going on about the history, if you were Prime Minister, would you talk about Gladstone still? The reality is, you are the mayor. You've had 5 years of failure on every subject, but as we saw with the terrible events last year of Sarah Everard, you have been a complete failure on law and order in this city. A complete failure, and in 49 days' time, London has had the chance for a fresh start. I'll leave it there, Chair. Thank you.
Chair.
No, don't take the time up with Steve O'Connell. He's the next Assembly member on, please.
Assembly Member Devenish.
There's question time.
You have made...
what you've heard in the last 2
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, go on.
Disgrace, connecting Sarah Everard with my record on policing, and I hope that the member would reflect on that, apologise.
Londoners will reflect, Mr. Mayor, on your record.
Look, can you allow Mr. Mayor to answer?
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Mayor, do you want to complete what you're saying? I'm using my discretion.
Speechless. Really, honestly, speechless.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next question on the order paper on post-COVID London has been withdrawn. So I move on to question from Assembly Member McCartney on London's recovery. Mr.
Chair,
Mayor.
I did ask.
Sorry, I do apologise. Before we go to that question, yes, we have a supplementary question on this from Assembly Member Desai. My apology.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Mayor, I really got to ask you this in light of what Devenish has just said. And I make no apologies for asking this supplementary question, even though you've already sort of answered it to a large extent. Can you just remind my colleagues across the chamber of the cuts to the police service that you inherited from your predecessor, including how many police stations he closed, which I know you've already done that. But now that he's Prime Minister, we've seen that cuts to police funding from government continue, and the government have faced over 850, the Met have faced over 850 million pounds in the past decade under the coalition government and then later the Conservative government. What more could my colleagues, or what could they do, my colleagues across the chamber, to support you and Londoners in receiving their fair share of police funding from the government? It's not just the 850 million pounds cut, but it's the underfunding of the national and international capital city grant, to the tune of around £100 million that even the Home Office's own independent expert says that you should be getting. All this puts additional pressure on the Met. So what more could could colleagues across the chamber be doing to support you rather than just criticizing you? As I said earlier, when I put a motion in February to the Assembly asking for Londoners to get the 6,000 officers that you asked for, they abstained.
Well, at the beginning of this Mayor's question time, the Chair asked us to observe a moment's silence to remember Sarah Everard and the horrible circumstances in which she was abducted and killed. Literally an hour and a half later, you've got another member of the Assembly, Tony Devenish, building on Sean Bailey in seeking to make party political points out of the awful abduction and death of Sarah Everard. And I'd say respectfully to both Sean Bailey and Tony Devenish to reflect on what they've said, either on Twitter or during this Mayor's question time, and to apologise for that. That's the first point. The second point is I'm criticised by the Conservatives for making the point that since 2010, the Met Police Service has been required to make £1 billion worth of savings. Even the previous mayor, the current Prime Minister, when he was mayor, made choices such as closing down 76 police stations and front counters to try and divert as much of the money away to police officers rather than buildings. At the same time, rather than increasing resources for the police by raising council tax, he chose not to do so. And again, the Tory members in the Assembly can't have it both ways. You either believe in investing in the police or you don't. They've chosen not to invest, but during my 5 years as mayor, we've invested record sums in the police of more than £1 billion.
Thank you for that answer, Mr. Mayor. On May the 6th, Londoners will make up their mind who actually has failed. And I know what the answer will be.
Assembly Member O'Connell.
Stick to that.
Assembly Member O'Connell, you've asked, you have a supplementary?
Yeah, I have, Chair, and I'm happy to eat modestly into my remaining time. Very much we should remember Sarah and make the streets safer for women in London. And also I'd very much comment on the loss of young men in Croydon, as was referred to by Tony Devenish. That was an awful weekend, Mr. Mayor, for Croydon and young people. And I have joined in with Unmesh and others in seeking increased funding for London Police. But I would stress, having said all that political leadership is about responsibility. You go to Londoners to seek to lead this town, you must be judged by performers, albeit performance figures that are tragic figures in and of themselves. And that, I think, is the point that previous councillors, Assembly members have made, Mr. Mayor. And I will just leave it at that, if I may.
Well, Chair, let me address the issue of figures. And we're talking about people here, but the member has referred to figures. So since I've been mayor, May 2016, knife crime with injury, according to official figures, down 25%. Knife crime with injury under 25, down by 30%. Youth violence, down by 11%. Gun crime, down by 14%. Burglary, down by 19%. Moped-enabled crime, down by 35%. Those are the figures that he wants to talk about, but these are people.
Yeah, I know that as much as anyone, Mr. Mayor.
Well, you want to throw figures around, I'll give you figures. But these are people we're talking about and victims of crime. Yeah. And the idea that on the evening we discover what happens to Sarah Everard, a serious politician would try to take political advantage by tweeting that, I find despicable. Do you?
Thank you.
Thank you. That's eaten up the rest of my time. I'd like to leave that at that, if I may, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for your response.
Thank you. Okay.
Chair, can I just beg your indulgence, because it's really important. I thank Steve O'Connell for his service to the Assembly, Chair, and with the indulgence of the Labour Group, I'd like to use their time, if that's okay. Because, Chair, Steve O'Connell's been a really good member of this Assembly. He provided me with wise counsel, advice and support after the Sandilands crash, for which I'll forever be grateful. But he's always been courteous and polite during these interactions, even when he disagrees with me. And I want to thank him for the way he's conducted himself, but also, much in relation to policing, he's persuaded me to make sure I don't forget the contribution made by Londoners when it comes to helping the police. And I want to just have the chance to say that, Chair, because I'll miss Steve as well of the Assembly, even though he's clearly a political opponent. He's not an enemy.
Chair, can I endorse everything that the Mayor has said about Assembly members?
Thank you. Thank you. Assembly Member Bailey has been named. So, Assembly Member Bailey, very, very briefly, your right of reply.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to say to you, my good friend's son was murdered less than a month ago in London. You yourself have said the streets are unsafe for women and girls in London. So that's why I continue to speak about crime, because you have been absent when people's lives have been taken on the streets of London. So for you to suggest it's just about politics, for me, it's about people's lives. It's actually about a life of a friend, a close friend of mine whose son was murdered on the streets of London. And remember, it was you who said that women and girls are not safe in London. That's a failure on your part, because that's the first part of your job, to keep us all safe.
Okay. Thank you. Now we move on.
I'm really disappointed that Sean Bailey pulled out of the ITV debate today because of a diary engagement, so otherwise you could have taken this up tonight. But he's the one that's for it, not me. Otherwise, come to the ITV debate tonight and rearrange your diary. Why have you pulled out?
Chair, I've been named. Again, Mr. Mayor, I don't know why you have to be so unpleasant. Do you actually know what the word prick means? Do you know what it means?
Chair, if we're going to use this opportunity for a hustings, I'm willing to do so. But either we abide by.
Do you know what it means? Do you know?
Look,
Chair,
Assembly Member Bailey. Assembly Member Bailey.
He named me. He named me. I have the right to reply.
Assembly Member Bailey, you have had your right of reply.
No,
this is now going into.
He named me again, Chair.
This is now going into.
To name me, then I'm going to continue to reply.
Well,
I'm more than happy, Chair, to take the rules as they are, and the rules suggest if I'm named, I can reply.
Well,
Chair, it's like being back at school. All I'm waiting for now is for him to say, let's meet outside in the playground.
Look, let's move on.
No, Chair, let's not move on.
No.
I've been named. I should have the right to reply.
No, look. If you keep.
Yes, it does. It absolutely does.
Look, I have given you, Assembly Member Bailey and Mr. Mayor, enough to go through your own explanations. You have both replied to each other. I don't think we can carry on forever with this. Let's move on. That's my ruling. Therefore, I ask Mr. Mayor to reply to Assembly Member McCartney's question on London's recovery. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Chair. The pandemic has shown us how willing Londoners are to step up, come together and support each other. The Building Strong Communities mission of the London Recovery Programme is looking to build on that incredible community spirit by ensuring all Londoners have access to a community hub. And the London Recovery Board has made a clear commitment that Londoners, communities and civil society groups should influence, shape and participate fully in London's recovery. I'm incredibly proud of the existence of the extensive public and community consultation we did on recovery before the London Recovery Board even met. The 9 recovery missions were informed by that work. We're clear that the recovery programme is not just about what the GLA and London councils can do, but it's about bringing together a range of partners to contribute to a shared set of goals. It's no exaggeration to say this is a citizen-powered recovery effort. Throughout the pandemic, tools such as Talk London, the London Community Response Survey, and roundtable discussions with community groups have continued to provide a live picture of Londoners' priorities that has constantly informed our work. We've just this week relaunched a new Talk London site. We now have 60,000 members, 9,000 of whom joined the site after March 2020 to take part in recovery conversations. All that is ensuring that there are multiple approaches and opportunities for Londoners and more backgrounds to engage with the recovery programme.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for your leadership on this issue. I think one of the things that the last year has shown us is that Londoners are willing and want to support each other, particularly those that are less well off than they are. And Londoners have really stepped up over the last year, including many organisations. Can I ask though, do you have a strategic plan or plans along with London councils to provide longer term funding to support these local networks and organisations? It would be such a shame to lose them.
Yeah, one of the challenges councils face is obviously they've got massive cuts from central government and also not being reimbursed money from the pandemic. So we're doing what we can to support councils in this really important area. A few things we're doing to address this issue. The London Community Response Fund, we're working with donors across London, and I want to thank all of them for the remarkable work they're doing to pool our resources to make sure we help groups across London. Some of the civic society roots funding and civic futures funding is also helping this really important work. We know the pandemic is not just exposed but exacerbates inequalities. That's why we do what we can from City Hall to leverage in more support for these communities across our city, and I'm hoping that the government's CSR later on this year will give us the long-term funding we need through councils and others to support our citizens.
Thank you. I know that the London's contribution to the Community Response Fund has meant that many projects in my constituency of Enfield and Haringey have been funding, including, for example, the 422 Foundation, helping young people with mentoring, but also academic support, and churches and faith groups throughout my constituency who are providing support to the most vulnerable. So that is really welcome. But I just want to check, if I can with you, how are you going to ensure that actually funding is targeted to the most vulnerable Londoners, but also the most affected areas and communities? If I think of my constituents, you know, areas such as Edmonton and Tottenham have been particularly hit.
Yeah, you raise a really important point. This is a really good example where process matters to good decisions being made. So what the London Recovery Board is doing is trying to involve as many communities who aren't usually part of the conversation to be involved in the conversation and to advise on decision making. That includes disabled groups, minority groups, faith groups, community groups, and others. And it's really important that I reassure you, it's not me deciding by myself in relation to mine recovery missions. It's been part of the really good work across London, and that will carry on should I have the honour of being re-elected on May the 6th.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next question is from Assembly Member Russell, which is about cutting waste creation with your Green New Deal. Mr. Mayor.
Well, Chair, Assembly Member Russell has been consistent on this, really cheering me on this area for the last 5 years, and I'm grateful for that. I've been clear that our recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic must be green and inclusive. As part of that recovery, there is a Green New Deal mission that aims to tackle the climate and ecological emergencies and improve air quality, doubling the size of London's green economy by 2030 to accelerate job creation to all. The Green New Deal will invest in a wide range of projects to help reduce carbon emissions and create green jobs. This will include new projects that cut waste creation in London, complementing my existing work on waste reduction focused on single-use plastic and recycling. Through their borough reduction and recycling plans, councils are already required to set out how they would deliver improved recycling and food waste services. If implemented in full, these could increase London's household recycling rate from 33% when I became mayor to 40% by 2022. My Green New Deal is also providing an additional £1.8 million of funding to the Better Futures and Re-London Business Transformation Programmes to support the growth of circular and sustainable SMEs. Areas of focus cover key sectors including the food, the built environment, fashion and electronics, as well as disposable items prevalent in London such as coffee cups, nappies and wipes. Another part of my Green New Deal fund is the Future Neighbourhoods 2030 programme, and our Green New Deal mission will build on the foundation of the London Environment Strategy. I could say more, but I want Caroline to have a chance to ask me questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and good to hear you talk about single-use plastic items like wipes and nappies. The point is, this is not about increasing recycling, it's about reducing waste that's produced in the first place. And your Green New Deal could focus on managing some of these common single-use plastic waste streams like nappies, wet wipes, period and incontinence products. Our Assembly work and the Nappy Alliance has found that waste authorities collect more than 100,000 tonnes of nappy waste, while single-use disposable nappies create over 46,000 tonnes of carbon emissions every year across London. So my question, will you work with local councils, waste authorities, retailers, reusable nappy companies and maternity services to develop a London-wide nappy scheme that is fully integrated, reduces waste and saves families and councils money as part of your Green New Deal?
Chair, can I thank the member for raising this issue? I actually received a tutorial on this from Sir Rodriguez recently because it is a big issue of concern, as you know. So I'm more than happy for Shirley and the team to meet with the member to discuss how we can make progress on this. I would just add, nappies make up a small proportion of household waste. I think it's 2%. And so dry recyclables and food are a key focus for the reasons that you're well aware of and you've been lobbying on. And so that's our focus in relation to increasing the issue of recycling and reducing waste reduction. But I'm more than happy for the Deputy Mayor and the team to work with the member and others to address the issue of nappies that clearly are a big issue going forward.
Thank you. That's and I'll definitely take you up on that. Now, the point is that we're this is about overall waste. It's not just about recycling. And 2.3 million tonnes of London's waste was burned in 2019-20. That's a lot of carbon dioxide, and it could be reduced with more people using reusable products, which is why I asked about the reusable nappy scheme. Now, we do have to be very serious about reducing waste. Friends of the Earth are calling for London to be a zero waste city by 2030. So will you commit to making London a zero waste city by 2030?
I've got the powers to make real progress in this. You'll be aware that power lies with the boroughs. That's why we've made good progress on the reduction and recycling plans. As a consequence of those plans, and you'll be aware each borough has an individual contract, often with a company. We hope to see recycling rates improve to 40% by next year. I don't want to make a promise that I've not got the powers to deliver, and particularly in the election season, all sorts of promises have been made where there's no real power to deliver. I've got no problem making ambitious promises that are going to be realistic, and those that I've got the power to deliver on.
Mr. Mayor, this is about you setting an agenda for waste reduction. That's got nothing to do with the recycling targets for the boroughs. I'm sorry, it's wrong. Again, it's wrong. The boroughs have a reduction and recycling plan. The first part is reduction, which is what you're talking about. Okay, but the point stands that London needs you to set an agenda of waste reduction.
Assembly Member Russell, you're out of time. Thank you. That brings us to a question from Assembly Member Vigil, which is a mayor for all Londoners.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your questions, Assembly Member Vigil, and thank you for your work over the past 5 years. You've been a passionate advocate for the issues you feel strongly about, and although we don't see eye to eye on that as a policy, I appreciate the manner in which you've approached the work. I was elected to be mayor for all Londoners, and I've kept this promise in my mind every day for the last 5 years I've had the privilege of being mayor. This means working for people in inner London and outer London, for women and men, the young and the old, people from all backgrounds and with different beliefs. Londoners who vote for me and those that did not. During the pandemic, we've seen the very best of our communities, but it's also revealed some stark health inequalities and structural prejudices that run hundreds of years deep and are still causing harm today. The people affected by them also need representing. These inequalities have been made worse by a decade of government austerity, which has torn the social fabric of our city. Crucial public services like schools, hospitals and health services, youth services and housing have all had their budgets slashed. And that's why I've stood up for Londoners with, for example, insecure status, including the Windrush generation. I've been a strong ally of the LGBTQ+ community and taken action to close City Hall's gender and ethnicity pay gaps. I've launched the EU Londoners Hub and the Londoners Open campaign, and I've also worked with businesses, the public sector, trade unions to support the Good Work standard. I've also appointed the city's first Deputy Mayor for Social Integration, Social Mobility and Community Engagement to lead on the important issues that I know both you and I care about passionately.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for those gracious words at the beginning. I've very much enjoyed my time. I would ask you, you say, and you did say very clearly, and it was your running slogan, you're going to be a mayor for all Londoners. Just after you were elected, we had the referendum. And one of the biggest minorities in this capital were people who voted to leave. Over 40% of people voted in London to leave. Do you think that you have been a mayor for them in all of your actions in the years since, in essentially trying to get the referendum negated?
I'm not sure that's quite fair, Peter, because initially I accepted the result of the referendum and I said we've got to make it work. What happened was when Theresa May came back with the shoddy deal she did, what I said was this deal is a million miles away from what the Brexiteers promised. And in those circumstances, we should put it back to the public in relation to, is this what they were voting for? But we've left the EU now, the transfer period has ended, and I accept the verdict of the British public, and I want to make it work. And so I'm not keen to look backwards. I want to make Brexit a success for our country, because that's where we are.
We've got to look backwards, Mr. Mayor, because you were very clear at the beginning, and here we are at the end of a term. You were very clear at the end, you're going to be a mayor for all Londoners. If you were thinking of that 40% of people who voted leave, you had a very funny way of showing it, I would say. Could you take this opportunity, maybe, particularly with the situation in London with vaccine, etc. You once called the EU to me when I asked you a question, your beloved EU. Do you still think it's your beloved EU when you look at the way they've been behaving over the vaccine, the diabolical politics that they have been playing? Do you condemn that?
I think it's possible to be a proud European, to be disappointed.
I'm a proud European, Mr. Mayor. It's not the question of that.
Can you allow Mr. Mayor to answer the question, please?
It's okay. It's my fault. Sorry, I didn't give Peter a chance. So I think it's possible to be a proud European, to be disappointed to be left the European Union, and to think the EU got it completely wrong in their behaviour in relation to the vaccines. Not least yesterday, the threats being made by the EU President, I think, are wrong. And I think what's important is that we put on record our thanks to those in our country who made the vaccine rollout so successful, not least the Government Minister Nadine Zahawi, who I spoke to this week.
Mr. Mayor, coming just right up today, if you don't want to look backwards, we're coming right up today to your Commission for Diversity in the Public Realm. The latest poll on that shows that 42% of Londoners do not back it. They think it's a bad idea. If you want to be mayor for all Londoners, you should scrap this. It's a terrible idea.
Well, I think the most important poll that I'm focused on is the one on May the 6th, once the campaign begins. I'm quite clear, though. I think when I look at the public realm in our city, it doesn't properly reflect the contribution made by diverse Londoners, women, people disabled, black Londoners, Asian minority ethnic Londoners, those from the LGBT plus community, and I'm unclear why you're so frightened
I'm not frightened.
Public realm that properly reflects our diversity. What are you scared of, Peter?
I knew you'd say frightened. It's not a question of that. You are spinning it in a very, very positive way about representation, the implicit thing being that it's in the future. This was born at a time, and you were very clear about it at the time, it's about removal of statues.
No.
You said it in your press release when you said that London was born of a bygone era, which would indeed be history, Mr. Mayor. The fact is that I have never known people be so demoralised and dismayed by this attack on not just London's heritage, but on Britain's heritage. This is Britain's capital, Mr. Mayor. I mean, it's not...
Let Mr. Mayor answer.
There are people like you, including you probably, who were unhappy when we put up a statue of a woman in Parliament Square.
No, I don't...
Parliament didn't come falling down. Parliament's still there. And it didn't mean that somehow, Winston Churchill or others were in some way belittled by having a statue of a woman there.
Not at all.
Similarly, Peter, I don't think anybody else will feel frightened by street names, by murals, by buildings, even, dare I say, statues.
I'm not frightened.
Diversity.
You talked about removing them, and when you originally announced this, it was the height of all of those demonstrations. I think you're kind of wheeling back a little bit on this now. But the fact is that London is Britain's capital. So what happens here and what you have power over to do has resonance and means an awful lot to people around the country. You're talking about this country's history and heritage. You did say about removal of statues, Mr. Mayor, because I remember in the press release, I went over it with a fine-tooth comb. 42% of Londoners do not want this, Mr. Mayor. If you want to be a mayor for all Londoners, please scrap it. It's a terrible idea. Thank you.
Okay, move on to the question from Assembly Member O'Connell, and that's about Outer London transport. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you for your question, Senator O'Connell, and again, can I thank you for your hard work on behalf of Londoners over the past 13 years. To answer your question, yes, I am committed to improving transport for all Londoners, including residents of the outer boroughs. Many areas of outer London are dependent on national rail and bus services. Since I became mayor, my fares freeze has saved the average London household over £200, while fares on national rail services have seen inflation busting rises. Had the government not U-turned and allowing TfL to run more commuter services, this could have been avoided, and the quality of service improved. My hopper fare has benefited those relying on bus and tram services in outer London, and I've ensured that TfL regularly reviews its bus services to better balance public transport provision in outer London. Since 2016, TfL has introduced 10 new services in outer London and extended 6 routes, as well as increasing frequency in many outer London routes. TfL has also significantly improved its tram service. The timetable was overhauled in February 2018, making trams 15% less crowded in 2019 than in 2017, and meaning customers waited less time for a tram on average. We've increased capacity on the London Overground, including an increase in frequencies on the Watford to Euston line and the North London line, as well as the ongoing rollout of electric Class 7-10 trains on the network. To improve access for everyone, 9 outer London stations have been made step-free since 2016, and funding is protected to deliver 6 more.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for your reply, Mr. Mayor. I make no apologies for appearing somewhat of a broken record in supporting Sutton and Croydon in this subject. I probably started my term here doing so, and I'm ending it in the same manner. As you pointed out, outer London areas are more reliant than anywhere else on public transport, and you indeed, Mr. Mayor, want to get people out of cars. Sutton itself has the worst public transport facilities in London, and I'm reflecting upon your comments. So first of all, you talked about buses. Again, many people rely on buses, and we rather hoped that there will be a rebalancing of bus services from inner to outer London, and we haven't seen that, Mr. Mayor. The Overground, you've been lobbying for some considerable time, as was the previous Mayor, to extend the Overground from West Croydon to Sutton. That indeed has not happened, and I'll make no apologies again for being a kind of voice crying in the wilderness for tram extensions. Money was taken out of the budget by yourself, Mr. Mayor, to look at a tram extension into Sutton, and I've not taken the council from Sutton from any blame here, because they must make a contribution. So my point here, Mr. Mayor, is that for Sutton and Croydon, over 5 years, we have not seen significant transport improvements, and that is to be regretted.
Let me deal with each of those 3 points. In relation to Overground, there was an agreement for those services to be transferred over to TfL. That agreement was broken by Chris Grayling when he was the Secretary of State for Transport, and it was revealed why. It was because his unhappiness that the mayor was now Labour rather than Tory, playing party politics with the transfer of commuter trains to TfL. In relation to buses, I have a list of the improvements in outer London bus routes, including Ward Manor, which I can send you because it's 2 pages long. I want to do so. In relation to tram, it's a simple fact that £115 million is the amount of money that's currently available. We, TfL, are contributing £79 million, but the 2 boroughs, only 26 and 10 respectively, we need £516 million to get the tram extension off the ground. So if you can find ways of the difference in funds, I'm more than happy to do so. Our commitment financially is the same as the previous mayor. The difference is who's going to make up the difference between our contribution and the total cost.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you for that. All I would urge is that you, if elected, continue to try to support Sutton and Croydon. I know my successor hopefully will be also a champion. It's been a long haul, and the previous mayor assisted to a degree, but not to the degree, to the extent I wanted. You have not done so with regret. I want to see more buses, I want to see more trams, and I'd like to see Overground in the next 5 or 6 years. I'll leave it at that.
Chair, can I just say another example of good manners and courtesy, even though he disagrees with me hugely, and I want to thank Steve and wish him all the best. He will be missed, genuinely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Before we move on to the next question, we are approaching guillotine time, so will the Assembly agree to suspend Standing Order 2.9b in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 1.1h in order to allow the remaining of the business on the agenda to be completed?
Agreed.
Thank you very much. Yeah, before we move on to the next question, I do have intervention requested by Assembly Member Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Chair. And Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to pick up the issue. I mean, as an outer London person, picking up from Assembly Member O'Connell, what what has been the impact of COVID-19 on your plans to support transport in outer London? And does this highlight the need for a sustainable long-term TfL funding deal from the government, perhaps returning the 700 million annual operating grant that Boris Johnson took away?
A good example of the difference I've made compared to the previous mayor, outer Londoners had seen their fares increase in the previous 8 years by more than 42%. And we've frozen them in the last 5 years, which has been a big difference to those who rely upon buses, who've also had the benefit of the half a bus fare. Because of the government's conditions, we've had to increase those fares, as you know, RPI plus 1. But the other big problem is we can't invest in the projects outer Londoners need, for example, Crossrail 2, the Bakerloo Line extension, and the tram that Steve O'Connell's been a passionate advocate for a number of years. The sooner we get a financial sustainability plan, the sooner we can invest in long-term capital projects, but also commit to buses, particularly in outer London as well. That's why, again, it's in everyone's interest for us to reach a deal. Nobody wins by the delay or the dither.
Thank you. And just one final one. Would outer London benefit from you being able to keep the vehicle excise duty, as we have all lobbied to be allowed to do?
Well, it's £500 million that we put in that we don't get out. And so if the government is really serious about a proper financial sustainability plan, they've got to give us control over this sum of money. We're having to cross-transfer fares people use in public transport to help councils and ourselves maintain the roads. That simply can't be right.
And the lion's share of London's roads are in outer London.
Absolutely, and you know that's a really important point. And so those that complain about potholes and poor road conditions, 95% of the roads are controlled by the boroughs. Many of them clearly are in outer London.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Okay, we move to a question from Assembly Member Qureshi. It's on social housing.
Well, Chair, can I thank the member for continuing to raise these important issues since his return to the Assembly last year. Building more social housing is my top housing priority because the need for more low-cost rented housing is overwhelming. Of the total 65,878 new homes that the London Plan's strategic housing market assessment shows are needed each year, 2/3 should be social or genuinely affordable. This need has been reinforced by the impact of COVID-19. Polling also suggests a quarter of private renters have fallen behind with their market value rate during the pandemic. That's why I'm proud that over half of the homes delivered under my new Affordable Homes programme will be for social rent. This will build on the progress we've made over the last 4 years, hitting every single delivery target in the Affordable Homes programme for 2016 to 2023. To the end of December 2020, our delivery partners started 62,428 homes through the programme, 4,390 new council homes started in London last year, the highest number since 1983. 3,300 of these were supported by City Hall.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, for that response. As you know, I concur with you on that front. What I want to bring up, though, is actually the scale of complaints in social housing. And I think it's pertinent to come to you about this. I mean, you've mentioned your affordable housing programs. You've got standards for environmental standards, design and safety standards. What thought have you given to customer service standards and the funding to ensure people are living in homes that receive the best possible customer services from the providers as well?
Yeah, you raise a really important point, and it's a point raised regularly by the Deputy Mayor for Housing with colleagues at G15 and elsewhere, the housing associations. So GLA is not a regulator of social housing, although we're quite conscious not to be ultra-virus in relation to what we do. I am concerned, like you, about the number of cases around the poor service standards from some of our social landlords. And we are looking what we can do in a collegiate way to improve the quality of service many received. One of the reasons I've been lobbying for a commissioner for social housing residents is to push this very issue, because you're spot on in relation to the experience many of our residents have.
Thank you for that. And my observation is that it's from Barking all the way to Alpenton in the west. It's not just people in social housing, shared ownership, and it goes beyond cladding issues. So it is important we get the G15 housing associations, housing association groups on side on their service levels. What can you do to actually improve them immediately?
Well, in relation to levers, we have very little. It's about conversations. One of the things that Tom has been doing is engaging with them to address this issue. They recognise it, by the way. I don't want to give the impression they're sort of, male fighters. They do get it, and they do want to address this really important issue. That's why I think having a regulator would help them raise their game and will provide the pressure that's needed to have service level agreements and quality of service that is commensurate with the challenges and the concerns raised to you and to me and others as well.
Well, actually, I have referred some of these complaints to the regulator of social housing. I've not got very far at all, unfortunately. I personally would like to see the Mayor of London have some regulatory powers, but that obviously needs primary legislation for that to occur. What I do want to see, hopefully, Mr. Mayor, that in the second term you would take on board these concerns when you're making allocations. I mean, I think there's a clear pattern emerging. It's particularly with the big housing associations. They've got properties all over the place, and I'm not sure their management systems are fit for purpose to covering all that ground. A local authority at least has it concentrated in a particular area. That's what I think's not happening with the G15. I think you're in a position in the second term to ask for that when you're making allocations for the future programme, that you have certain service levels that their residents and tenants can expect and that they will be maintained in future.
Well, the challenge is enforceability. So we have built in the allocation of funds standards around design, sustainability, safety and equalities. And that's one of the reasons why I'm lobbying for a commissioner for social housing and residents who would be that powerful voice to make sure once a home is built, somebody's moved in, that there's proper consistency and good quality of standards. Unfortunately, a spot on about the regulator of social housing, their remit is more around economic and governance standards rather than consumer standards. I mean, the GLA Act limits my powers, but I'd be more than happy to look into this with the government willing to give us the powers. But I think the Commissioner for Social Housing Residents, wouldn't it be great if the Commissioner was a social housing resident, him or herself? Would be really powerful.
Well, I look forward to that appointment in the second term.
Thank you. We move on to question on next steps for air quality improvements in London, and that's from Assembly Member Cooper. Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Chair. Air quality is indeed an equalities issue as much as a health issue. If you're less well off or from a black, Asian and minority ethnic background, you're more likely to live in areas with the worst air pollution. It's an issue of social justice as far as I'm concerned. Thanks to the policies we've put in place to tackle this since 2016, the number of Londoners living in areas exceeding the legal limit for NO2 has fallen by a massive 94%, and the number of schools in areas exceeding the legal limit by 97%. Expanding the ULEZ in October is the next crucial step in tackling air pollution in London. Together with the tougher low emission zone standards we recently introduced for heavy vehicles, this will contribute to all roads in London meeting legal limits by 2025. This is a milestone that would have taken 193 years to reach had we not accelerated action to improve air quality. I know many members on the Assembly have consistently opposed my plans, and some want to scrap them if somebody else wins the election on May the 6th. But we've got to not name anybody, otherwise they may complain to the chair if they're not allowed to make a 3-minute speech explaining their position.
Mr. Mayor, it is unbelievable, isn't it, that there are actually people who have supported only the central ULEZ but have rejected the expansion. That they'd like the expanded ULEZ proposed for October 2021 scrapped. Is there a shred of data that supports the idea that London's air will be sufficiently cleaned up by implementing just the central zone? And if not, how damaging to children's lungs and older people who suffer from chronic obstructive pulmonary disorder, asthma and so on, how damaging would scrapping the ULEZ expansion be?
It's worth reminding people that actually there were no plans to have a ULEZ in London, although there was a sort of an idea that some stage in 2021 there may be a ULEZ. I inherited no plans. We had nothing. And so we had the world's first T-charge in 2017, opposed by many in the Assembly. And we then had the world's first ultra emission zone for the Central London area in 2019, which has seen the progress we have made. And the short point I make is twofold. One, according to independent experts, without our plans, it would have taken 193 years for our air to be lawful with our plans, we do it in 6 years. But secondly, why should outer London residents not see the benefits that central London residents see? Why have a two-tier air quality in our city? And I'm impatient for more improvements rather than wishing to roll back the progress made. And, that's why it's really important to remind people that these were political choices we made, supported by many in the Assembly, and I want to thank the Green Group for supporting us and the Lib Dems for supporting us, and also the Labour Group on the Assembly as well. And I'll, over the next 4 days, be reminding Londoners who opposed us and who wants to scrap these plans.
Absolutely, Mr. Mayor. I certainly know that when we launched London's first low-emission bus zone in Putney High Street, it's done an awful lot to clean up Putney air, but it hasn't gone far enough, and people in Putney and elsewhere across London are crying out for the expansion to see further improvements. I just wondered if there's one point that you could answer for me on the scrappage schemes which you have introduced, and of course we've seen no action from the government on a new Clean Air Act or indeed introducing a national scrappage scheme. How many low-income Londoners as well as small businesses have you enabled to switch from older, more polluting vehicles so that they can have ULEZ compliant vehicles? It's not about punishing Londoners, it's about helping Londoners move on, isn't it?
Well, firstly, it's spot on. It's disappointing the government still hasn't come up with a national diesel scrappage scheme. Secondly, my previous London scrappage scheme funds were opposed by some members of the Assembly, and this year I announced additional funds, also voted against by some members of the Assembly. So far 4,000 people have been helped to take their dirty vehicles off the road, and 4,800 businesses and charities have been helped taking their polluting vehicles off the road as well. It wouldn't have happened but for those members of the Assembly who voted for my budget, voting them through.
It's fantastic to hear that there's been already that difference. Just one final point. We need the government to allocate the vehicle excise duty to London, don't we? And you will be calling on the government to do that. But if you were to introduce a boundary charge for those living outside London, about the cost of a cup of coffee, I believe is the figure, £3.50 a day, do you think it would actually have any impact on air quality in terms of persuading people not to use cars to come in, but to use other forms of transport?
Well, firstly, I don't want to do this. I've got no plans to do this. One of the things we've got to look into is the feasibility of other plans to make sure we can pay for services in TfL. If the government was to devolve to us the monies we raise through vehicle excise duty, that would fill the hole we have because of the fares revenue collapsing because of the pandemic. But if there was to be a boundary charge, one of the things that TfL would look into, if you use the polluter pays principle to incentivise people who do drive in to use cleaner vehicles rather than using polluting vehicles, that could be another way to improve air quality. But I'm hoping we don't just go down that route. Because the government will support us with a sustainability plan for our finances.
A tiny silver lining in something that you clearly don't want to do. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next question is about Grenfell Tower Inquiry, Phase 2 and Public Safety, and that is in the name of Assembly Member Dismore.
Thank you, Chair. Can I thank you, Andrew? In your last Mayor's question time, can I thank you for the 9 years of service as a member of the Assembly, for assiduously raising issues that concern your residents, often giving me a hard time in the process, rightly so, and also for your long-standing commitment to improving our fire service and building safety, particularly in the wake of Grenfell. The Grenfell Tower fire was a national tragedy, and we owe it to the 72 men and women who died to ensure nothing like this ever happens again. While evidence is ongoing, it's clear that Phase 2 of the inquiry is continuing to shine a light on the truth. The inquiry has had evidence suggesting that profits were prioritised over the safety of people. This tallies with the Hackett Review findings of a sector willing to cut corners in a, quote, race to the bottom. The vast scale of the building safety crisis that has emerged since Grenfell proves that these problems are systemic. It's sadly clear that somewhere along the line, public safety became an afterthought when it should have been of paramount importance. When ministers described the cutting the red tape while introducing the new planning reform white paper, this raised alarm bells with me and many in the Grenfell community. As I've said in my response to the proposals, when it comes to fire safety, so-called red tape saves life. My new plan does introduce fire safety considerations into the planning stage, ensuring that safety is considered from the very beginning of a building's life cycle, and new homes and GLA commissioned land via my development panel are now required to meet higher standards than building regulations. And finally, I have called for the Grenfell Tower inquiry to make interim recommendations on the grounds of public safety.
Well, thank you for your kind comments at the beginning and for your very full answer. It's the case, isn't it, that the Grenfell Tower inquiry phase 2 has pointed to sharp, focused, ineffective regulation of building control that allowed, could even be said encouraged, profiteering at the expense of safety by installing flammable cladding on Grenfell, and as we now know, on hundreds of other buildings, jeopardising the safety, financial security and indeed mental health of many thousands of residents. Kensington Chelsea TMO tell Ride in the main contractor not to add further fire protection and participated in deciding on cladding panels which reduce fire performance. Ride and the contractor in turn promised 5 times to appoint 5 safety advisors but failed to do so. Arconic, the cladding manufacturer, knew that the panels were not suitable for building facades in Europe and had failed in-house tests. Colotex, who sold the flammable insulation used on Grenfell, marketed a product that it too knew had failed in-house fire tests. And so it's the case, isn't it, that the Conservative government's response has been ineffectual, bearing in mind all those facts?
I think your question lists a list of failure, a direct consequence of deregulation, inverted commas, cutting red tape. I'm afraid the response from the government, you forget this fire occurred in the summer of 2017. 2017, it's almost 4 years, has been piecemeal and not addressing what's at the core of this. And my worry is this, is that there are many, many buildings across London, indeed across the country, where people are still having anxious, sleepless nights because they know they live in a building which, for similar reasons, are also unsafe.
Well, I'm pleased to see that you do agree the government's response has been piecemeal, because that's what we're going to put to you. Because years on, it still hasn't bottomed out the consequences of these scandalous failures. They started with a woefully inadequate fund for ACM cladding, then a second fund for other dangerous cladding, then an extension of that fund, then a pledge to protect leaseholders in buildings over 18 metres, then EWS reforms that trap leaseholders in dangerous homes, then change the EWS 1 rules, then a Waiting Watch Relief Fund that doesn't do anything of the sort, and so it goes on. London's leaseholders are trapped in homes they can't sell, can't remortgage, struggle to insure, and with waiting watches they can't afford. Just how important is it that there is at long last a comprehensive, fully funded strategy to resolve the many risks in our built environment, both for London leaseholders and also for London Fire Brigade in their need to be able to respond to such incidents?
Well, I know, Chair, that the Assembly Member Dismore, like me, keeps an eye on what's happening in Parliament, and he will be as pleased as I am with the vote in the House of Lords, which took away the onus on leaseholders having to pay the cost of remediation, and I'm hoping that the government accepts this amendment when it comes back to the House of Commons. What the government should be doing is stepping in and doing the remediation work, and then later on having the argument or discussion with the landowner or the manager in relation to recuperating costs. It can't be right. We've not got a two-tier system. We've got a postcode lottery in relation to whose home is remediated, and it's a mess. And it's 3.5 years on. We've made no real progress, and so I'm hoping that progress is made urgently, because in the meantime, these homes are now albatrosses around the necks of the residents who can't sell them, and are really, really stressed, not unreasonably, about not just the financial burden, but the fact that they are living potentially in dangerous homes.
Well, I think that's right, and it's right, isn't it, that it's very difficult to have confidence in the government. The Conservative government have voted down Labour's proposals to put into law the Grenfell inquiry recommendations.
I'd encourage members of the government who vote that way to go to the Grenfell community and look into the eyes of those affected and explain why they chose to do so.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We now have a question from Assembly Member Gavran, which is on children and young people's play and recreation space.
Chair, if you'll indulge me, before I answer the question, can I just thank Nikki for the many thoughtful and insightful contributions she's made to planning and the built environment over a career working on behalf of Londoners. Both my new London plan and its predecessors have all been strongly influenced by Nikki's passionate campaigning. It's also fair to say that without Nikki, your active campaigning during the 1990s, there might not even be a Mayor of London and London Assembly today. So for those Tories on this Assembly who dislike me, Nikki is to blame. Nikki, your vision and determination helped create the pressure for a citywide strategic authority to fill the chasm left by the abolition of GLC, and Londoners thank you for that. I also want to, Nikki, say that on behalf of Londoners, I'm sorry to see you go after 21 years, and like Tony and Jeanette, the City Hall is going to be a very different place, as will MQTs, and so good luck in what you do next. Play space is crucial for the well-being of children and young people, and this has become clearer than ever during the pandemic. The GLA population yield calculator gives an indication of the possible number and age of children that could be expected to live in a new housing development of a given bedroom or tenure mix. And we'll be updating this calculator once we have the data from the latest census. The calculator uses bespoke census data commissioned by the GLA for this specific purpose. The Office for National Statistics timetable for the release of 2021 census data is not yet detailed enough to give an accurate estimate of when an update will be possible, but it's likely it will not be before 2024. In the interim, we'll continue to work with the boroughs and developers to understand their needs and to develop tools that assist them and make use of available data. My London plan, as you'll be pleased to know, sets a high bar for play space. All development likely to be used by children and young people is required to increase opportunities to play and be independently mobile, including the requirement you note for residential schemes to provide at least 10 square metres of good quality, accessible play provision per child, a first in a London plan. The plan also explicitly requires play space not to be segregated by tenure, a really important requirement we developed following your own helpful advice and input.
Mayor, thank you so much for that. And before I begin, I'd just like to put on record my thanks. Of all the mayors, you have been dealt the most difficult of hands. And I just want to pay tribute to the way you've handled challenge after challenge with exceptional leadership. So thank you. This question goes right back to 35 years ago when my first role in, as a local politician was as a chair for Housing Subcommittee. And ever since then, I've been trying to make sure that we get what we want, and we're nearly there. First of all, it's absolutely great that we now have a minimum of 10 square metres per child, per young person under 18 on every single estate. But there's still a little way to go because the calculator, as you said, is based on an outdated snapshot, very outdated snapshot of patterns of occupation and tenure from sort of 12, 13 years ago. And it's very important that, well, because it's outdated, developers actually are still not able, often, to provide enough space. Now, my ask are two asks. One, and you've sort of hinted at it really, which is great, which is that there should be, when the new census comes out, that there should be, the information should be supplemented with some work done on tenure. I mean, look at the fact, look at how many build-to-rents there are, look at how much overcrowding there is now in private rented accommodation, and with patterns of occupation. So some post-occupation surveys, so some supplementing. That's number one. But meanwhile, because it's going to be another 2-3 years before we actually have this updated information, could we please look at some kind of weighting? And I'm very happy to work from the other side with this. I've already done some work on it with Joanne and with the officers, if that's okay.
Well, Chair, firstly, I'm looking forward to, I hope they do this, the Gavron, Arnold and Arbour memoirs. So I hope they are thinking about those, because I think Nikki's touched upon some of the things I could learn from the work done 35 years ago as well. To answer your question, yes. So in addition to incorporating the 21 census data, our update in the calculator will include a review of available evidence and data on the occupancy of new build homes. And I'd be more than happy for my team to pick your brains about what more we can do in this really important area. I think the last year, Nikki, has made everyone realise, even those without children, the importance of play space, not simply personal experience that parents and carers have, but I think all of us, our own personal experiences of the need for amenity has reminded us why this is important. And so any advice and assistance you can give, more than grateful to receive that.
Thank you. And my final ask is that, and you were very enthusiastic about this a couple of years ago when I asked this question, and that was before the 10 square metres were actually in the plan. I said what an opportunity it was, given all the cuts in youth service and so on, to aggregate the 10 square metres so that teenagers who actually are prohibited in all the states at the moment, no ball games, from playing from any sort of sport activity, those aggregated spaces should be put together to form some ball games areas in estates. And that's something that you could put in your SPG. So my ask is, can we put it in the SPG? And when schemes are referred to you, could you make sure that you reinforce that when the schemes come up before you? Have you got the ball games area?
Yeah, no, we haven't yet, and so I think you've raised a really interesting point, Nikki. So now that the London Plan has been published, I'll ask my team to use the research recommendations to update the London Plan guidance on how play and informal recreation, more guidance can be given in those areas. Because I'm like you, when I visit estates, and I do all the time, I see those signs saying no ball games. It sort of begs the question: what is it you want young people to do? Rather than demonising them, we should provide in safe places. And you'll be aware of our record sums of investment led by Joanne and LIPEC and Sophie around the Young Londoners Fund has led to additional sports, education and cultural facilities. But let me look into whether an SPG is needed. And again, any thoughts you have, more than gratefully received.
Thank you. Thank you.
May I request Deputy Chair to take over for my question? Sorry, you're muted.
Do go ahead, Mr. Chairman.
There's been many an occasion when Tony's asked me questions where I was hoping I had the mute button. Chair, in your last MQTs, I'd first like to thank you. Thank you, Navin, for all you've done for Londoners over the 13 years, including recently as Chair. Your campaigning for step-free access on the TfL network has helped us to make changes that will benefit all Londoners, and your work on sprinklers has pushed this agenda forward. You were, Navin, the first Londoner of Indian origin elected to the London Assembly, and like Nikki, Tony and Jeanette, you've been a trailblazer. The work you've done for equality and justice for all, working with the local community to make real change over many years is much appreciated, not just by your constituents, but by all of us in London. My new London Plan takes groundbreaking steps to introduce fire safety into the planning system, ensuring it's addressed from the very beginning of a building development. All new homes on GLA land commissioned by my London Development Panel are now required to meet higher standards of fire safety than building regulations, with sprinklers being mandatory. I've also banned flammable cladding regardless of the building's height. I've introduced the same requirements for housing providers wishing to bid for funding for my new Affordable Homes programme. Whilst I've taken important steps to increase the use of sprinklers where my powers allow, the real change has to come from government. That's why I've long backed the LFB's campaign to vastly increase the use of sprinklers. The recent move by the government to lower the threshold on which sprinklers are required in new buildings from 18 years to 11 years is of course welcome, but by lowering the height threshold rather than removing it altogether, this still leaves a two-tier system of safety. It fails to take wider risk factors such as vulnerability of occupants into consideration, and it's typical, in my view, of the government's piecemeal approach towards building safety.
Mr. Mayor, thank you very much for your very kind words about me. On the subject matter, I met the Director of Policy and the Deputy Mayor for Fire and Resilience in late 2018. Acknowledging funding constraints, instead of setting up 25 million fund as the recommendation was in my report, I urged them to allocate a minimal 1 million towards London Sprinkler Retrofitting Fund in the budget to kickstart retrofitting of sprinklers, which would have delivered additional fire safety to 1,000 to 571 units. Regrettably, this did not happen. Can I ask you, why have you not established the retrofitting fund as recommended in that London Assembly report? And will you commit to doing this if re-elected to enhance the fire safety and save lives and costs?
Well, Chair, firstly, the simple reason why we can't is because the money we get from government is ring-fenced. And there are very specific things we are required to spend the money on. So even if I'm re-elected, unless the government removes the ring-fencing, we simply won't be able to do so as it is. Put aside buildings, the London Fire Service receives £20 million more from City Hall than the government recommends they should receive, and they'll be getting additional burdens on them. So any monies we have, the focus has been on supporting the LFB. There simply isn't the funds available to address the really important issues that your report talked about. And so I'll carry on lobbying the government for the additional funds to address the really important points made in your report.
Would you put in a clear and effective strategy to lobby the government to make sprinklers compulsory in every residential and other similar buildings in England, as is the case in Wales and Scotland?
Yeah, spot on. England lags behind Scotland and Wales, and I'll certainly continue to work with the LFB to champion the use of sprinklers and to urge the government to take more action and to catch up with Scotland and Wales. And even when you're not on the Assembly, I'm sure we'll be continuing to put pressure on me to continue to put pressure on the government to do right by residents of England as well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Next question is from Tony Devonish, and it's on Wormwood Scrubs Green.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. Wormwood Scrubs is a precious public open space, a wildlife habitat and a crucial amenity for Londoners. My London plan, signed off last month by the government, affords the Scrubs the status of protected metropolitan open land. OPDC, as the local planning authority, reinforces protection in its newly submitted local plan, which includes a dedicated policy to protect the Scrubs as a cherished open space.
Mr. Mayor, we can agree for once, but could you please look into this as a matter of urgency? This is a very, very special part of metropolitan open land. It does seem that between London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham and High Speed 2, they are not actually adhering to what was agreed in the planning. So if the GLA could step in and look at this as a matter of urgency, I would be grateful. This is an amazing natural reserve for West London, and it is being vandalised at the moment.
Chair, I'm more than happy to ask my officers to look into the concerns of the local member. This is I'm sure there's cross-party agreement. We want to make sure there's no blight on this MOL. So can I take that away, Chair?
Thank you very much, Mr. Khan.
Thank you very much. The next question on Heathrow expansion cannot be taken as the Green Group is out of time. We now come to the last question, which is from Assembly Member Duval on challenges faced in London. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. When I was first elected Mayor in 2016, no one could have predicted the challenges we'd be confronted with over the following 5 years. The horrific fire at Grenfell Tower, a tragedy we're still contending with as we continue to fight for justice, a series of cowardly terrorist attacks that shook our city, Brexit, and a bad deal that has left our financial services and many other industries in disarray, constant government austerity, which has left our police force, our affordable housing programme, our transport system, and our community groups severely underfunded, and of course, now this awful pandemic, which has cost so many lives and livelihoods. I've always tried to support our communities through dark times, working with them, listening to them, giving them a voice, above all standing up for them and their values. And what's constantly giving me hope during these difficult times is the extraordinary way Londoners have pulled together. The brave emergency service workers who ran to confront danger during terrorist attacks while guiding others to safety. The Londoners who open their hearts and their homes to the residents of Grenfell. The small acts of kindness that millions of Londoners have shown to neighbours, friends and strangers during the pandemic. And of course, the heroic NHS staff and key workers who've saved countless lives and kept the city going in our hour of greatest need. After the darkness of 2020, there's finally some light at the end of the tunnel, and the incredible London spirit we've seen this past year fuels my optimism about the future we can build together. With the right choices, we can ensure London is an even better city after the pandemic than it was before, a city that's fairer, greener and safer, and that works for all Londoners.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can we then go? Let's think further forward. Then, if you are re-elected, what is the key priority? You've outlined the general direction of travel, but is that? Are you saying your economic recovery strategy is the #1 item because it encompasses all those issues that you've said?
Well, Chair, without any of us counting chicks, I think the role of the next Assembly and the Mayor is going to be making sure we make a rapid recovery from this awful pandemic. My mantra is going to be jobs, jobs, jobs. Trying to keep those people in work who are currently working, trying to make sure we help them retrain and others retrain, but also helping those who have been made unemployed get back into work. I'm hoping the government by September, when the furlough scheme ends, produce the National Jobs Guarantee. What we can't afford to have in London in the 2020s is what we saw in the 1980s, which is millions of Londoners being unemployed and potentially a generation being lost. So City Hall is going to be using its convening power to make sure we do what we can to focus on rebuilding our city and have the confidence and vision that our forefathers and foremothers had post-1945.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That brings us to a close of the question and answers that we had this morning. Can I thank Mr. Mayor for answering the questions and wish you and all other candidates very best for the forthcoming elections. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thanks.
Can I ask the Assembly to agree the motion which is set out on the agenda in my name, which is the Assembly knows the answers to the questions asked?
Noted.
Great, thank you. Before we take the next item, number 5, as agreed, we are going to have a 5-minute adjournment. Thank you very much. See you promptly in 5 minutes. You have to strike the gavel.
GLA Chamber Sound. 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 GLA.
I'm pleased to resume the meeting. We now move on to item number 5, which is a motion in terms of retiring members in the name of Assembly Member Dual, seconded by Assembly Member Hall. Assembly Member Dual. Sorry, you're muted. Can you unmute?
Apologies, Chair. And thank you for calling me and asking you to be tolerant with me on my 5 minutes. I don't intend to go too far over around that. If I can begin with, you know, we have come through difficult times over the last 5 years. These have been eventful terms, and the Assembly has grappled with not just the issues of Brexit, but an unstable national and international politics that have come to play on the London stage, along with the global pandemic. We've lots to show for our work of our last 5 years, and we ought to be congratulated. I don't say that in a way which says that could we have done things better? Of course we could have done things better. But by and large, we've maintained a high degree of quality. But I want to pause and pay tribute to those Assembly members who've contributed so much to that work and who end their service with us really today. And I start with colleagues who usually sit across me in the chamber. And it is true to say that normally there is an issue of where we don't agree on lots of things, but on some issues we do agree on. And it's quite interesting how that's developed. I want to say some words about Gareth Bacon, who's been a neighbouring constituency colleague of mine, who's not here today, and I hope someone can relay back what I'm about to say to him. So we sat opposite each other since 2008, and I think it's fairly to say we are truly opposites when it comes to politics. But there have been things we've agreed on and worked together of benefit of our constituencies. And so, you know, the one thing that stands out about Gareth that comes through time and time again is his commitment to public duty and public service, which all of us aspire to on this assembly, but I think Gareth personifies that. Tony Arbour. Tony Arbour has been the Deputy Chair as well, but he's been a colleague of me, not just in the Assembly, but in the Metropolitan Police Authority. And, you know, you grow to respect someone's work on deliberations that are not necessarily political. We spent a lot of time interviewing people together. We spent a lot of time looking and doing scrutiny work together where our different experiences may have come to play. But Tony is always someone that I think has given some wise words. He did so yesterday at the Police and Crime Committee, but we weren't listening. And sorry for that, Tony, but I think there were some wise words said. You are a true blue, and but you are, you know, a really decent opponent of my party and other parties. But equally, I think, you know, one thing that stands out about this assembly, you've even grown to like, or actually not so much disrespect, the Lib Dems on this authority. Well, I remember when you first come on and that comes out. So, you know, you tolerate the Lib Dems far more than you would have done when you first. And I think that says something about this assembly, that people join it with set views and then come away with a different view of the world. We might not change our politics, and that's not what it's about, but you might come to understand why people take a different view of politics. And after 50 years of service, Tony, I don't know, if you don't deserve a break, I don't know who does, to be honest. Steve, both South East London boys. Steve O'Connell, ex-Lewisham boy, sadly moved to Croydon, but good for Croydon, I think. It would have been interesting if you'd stayed in Lewisham. You know, I've enjoyed working with Steve, as I think some of my colleagues have on the Police and Crime Committee. You know, your commitment to your constituency has really come through. And, you know, in terms of some of the issues that you've said at different times, you know, I forgive that grievous offence of being a Crystal Palace supporter, but, you know, I think we can allow that in that sense. But you have been a great champion for Croydon and Sutton, and that, I think, you know, hopefully whoever takes over your place will think about some of the work that you've done. Peter Whittle. Now, me and Peter, we share the same geography. I lived down on a council estate down the road. It was a GLC council estate, bit of a sink estate at the time, and Peter lived up the road in Shooters Hill, the posh bit. And sometimes we were allowed to walk up the hill, and we shared a space called Shrewsbury Park. Me and Peter share one more thing in common. We love our area. Peter stays and lives on the Arsenal development, and, you know, I saw him yesterday morning. I was having a walk around from that. And, you know, and I do think the Mayor said it right, how you've conducted yourself and, you know, raised the issues that have been important to you and not just been pigeonholed. Yes, Brexit is important to you, but equally you're interested in the arts and culture and about other issues, and I think that's come across around that. And I was pleased that we were able, despite the political concerns, that we were able to work together in a constructive way and in one where we both respected each other's views, albeit we might not have agreed with us. I now want to turn to my colleagues in the Labour group. Jeanette Arnold, comrade in arms. I think there was a number of things said this morning that sums it up. I think the Mayor referred to as his sis. I think there is a very traditional Asian term of being an auntie. And I think you truly become the auntie to the Assembly, not just to members in the Labour group or others. But for me, some of your work across many areas, but for me, your work in policing and crime over the years from the MPA and then into the Assembly when things changed, has been outstanding. You have been a great advocate, and if anyone, if ever that phrase, tough on crime, tough on the causes of crime, as there, it sums up Jeanette's work. But that work goes across the spectrum of many people, and you know, just your commitment to causes has been outstanding. And whatever position you've been in, even as chair of the Assembly, you've used that platform in a really great way, and I've much admired. Andrew Dismore, I don't think Boris Johnson knew when you arrived on the Assembly of what you were going to be doing. I think there's a viral clip that's gone and said, you know, where he tells you to get stuffed has gone viral. I think you were a bit shocked when I called him a liar once, so it isn't just in this term that we called it, and thought that was unparliamentary language, and I reminded you that we're on the Assembly. But I think the most important thing about you, you've been a great advocate for your constituency. You've never ignored, and you picked up that casework and you've used that, but you've been very diligent on some of that on the scrutiny side. You really have been and got under briefs and taken issues, and you're a lawyer by trade, and I think representing people, whether you're representing communities or individuals, you've really shown that. You're a great advocate, great representative, and again, a great role model for others to follow in, I think, in many ways. So, you know, very much that. Flo joined our Assembly, made a mark instantly, really, and it isn't a surprise to me and to others how that you've gone into Parliament and you're making your mark there. I thought your work on Assembly and Gang Associated Girls was an enormous contribution to a little known facet of violent crime and some of those issues, and I think that was really important that work was done. You've been a huge asset to Labour Group, but more importantly, there was a time during this administration where you introduced the Assembly to Malachy. Now, the thing about that, he was a great extra member of the London Assembly. I think for me, and why that was important, because at that time you were struggling to maintain childcare as well as doing your job. And that is the reality for Londoners and young families there. And if ever it brought it home, I thought that was a significant thing. You did it quietly, we just got through it. Your Assembly colleagues supported you in that and understood the emergencies that you were facing. And I just think that was just an important issue. You didn't make it as a statement, because that's you were facing it as a reality of that time. And I want to thank you for that, because it was difficult. And, you know, and the toleration of our Assembly colleagues, well, I'm really pleased about us, because we faced up to that and understood the difficulties that you were faced. So, Flo, we wish you well in Parliament, and we know you're going to do better things. I could take the entire time about Nikki. I knew Nikki before she was on the Assembly, and Nikki has been a great advocate. And of course, many of us will just think it's about planning, but it's not. There's more to Nikki than that. Culture, community development, the arts in the wider sense. Nikki has been at the forefront of many aspects of that work for the past 30, 40 odd years, I suspect. No doubt I'll be corrected on that. But equally, what the thing about Nikki, and you know, Nikki, it can be difficult, I've got to say this, but actually the points that you've made are fundamental, and I think that was demonstrated today in a small way with that question to the Mayor. What a great legacy if we could do something about that for you when you're leaving, because you have been raising these very issues in a very decent and reasonable way. It's about time, I think, we listened, and it's about time we acted. And I just want to say that. And the other point is, I know of community groups from all out of London who come to ask you for advice, and you don't turn them away. Now, you're a busy person. I know how busy you've been, and I know how difficult it's got in more recent times to conduct your business, but you've been there, and you've given advice, and you've given some advice to some of my community groups, and I'm very grateful for that, and I'm very grateful for your contribution you made to the Labour Group. And then there's Alison. Alison, who's joined us for a brief time in 1 year. Alison, in that 1 year, you've made an incredible impact on transport and what you've brought to it. Some of your interventions during Mayor's question times might irritate the opposition, but that's what we're here for. But in terms of that, have been incisive and very important. And I just want to say thank you for that. I'm genuinely devastated that we can't keep you for longer, but that's the way it's likely to be. But you've made that huge contribution that, again, others should emulate. Now it's not. Now it's finally Navin. Navin, last but not least, the Mayor made some very kind words about you and your elected political role in office and the work that you've done. Again, I think you've been a member of the Labour Party. And one thing I do want to share with people, that sometimes we're committed to our parties and sometimes our parties don't exactly treat us how we should. If they did, it would be different circumstances. We'd be addressing Navin Shah here today. He's been 100% committed to his work here on the Assembly, as well as back in his constituency. He truly he doesn't quite pit, well, no, he does pit, I think, Jeanette Arnold on free access around some of the issues, because he's brought it back again and again and again. But I think also about some of that important work that you did around the sprinklers review post-Grenfell. And we heard the response from the Mayor, but equally these are still live discussions, as we've heard from the different facets arising out of that great tragedy that befell that community, but actually befell everyone and still has knock-on effects today, as we heard from Andrew Dismore earlier on. So you have been, Navin, a great person in political office. You have raised issues. I understand why you've raised it. You don't let things go, but you've also tried to bring communities and faith groups together. You're not a divisive politician, and I think that should be recognised. And I'm pleased that we could, support you in your last year of office. I wish your last year in office as chair of this Assembly would have been different on COVID. And that's not to be, but you've been a real diamond and you've worked very hard to make this work in difficult circumstances. Chair, lastly, this building that we're in at this building that we're virtually in at the moment in City Hall has played an important part in our history. Next autumn, or this coming autumn, if all things go according to plan, there will be a new chamber. In May, there will be a number of new people. I think, the number of new people would be wise to think about some of the people that have left the Assembly, and seek to learn what they've contributed over the last 20 odd years in different parts. If they do that and make their own mark, because they're going to be different and do things slightly different, but make their own mark, then I think this Assembly will be in a good place to go forward in doing its job of being London's scrutiny forum on not just the Mayor, but on important issues for Londoners. I like to wish my colleagues well, some more than others. I think you understand that message in the forthcoming elections. But whatever we do, I think in this last year, we do want to recognise those important contributions made by our colleagues who are leaving us at this moment in time that we know of. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I bring in Assembly Member Hall to second the motion, for the viewers of this Assembly broadcast, just a clarification that the Assembly is now paying tribute to the 10 Assembly members who are retiring from the Assembly. And they are Tony Arbour, Jeanette Arnold, Gareth Bacon, Andrew Dismore, Florence Ashlomi, Nikki Gavron, Dr. Alison Moore, Steve O'Connell, Navin Shah, and Peter Whittle. So those are the 10 members who are retiring from the Assembly. Can I invite now Assembly Member Hall to second the motion for these retiring members? Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. And of course, it does give me great pleasure to talk about retiring members. I mean, many outsiders think that we don't get on, and who can blame them sometimes if they actually watch us? But actually, that isn't always the case. I'm not going to repeat exactly what Len said, of course, because I agree with everything he said. Unlike him, I haven't been a long-standing member here. I've only been on the authority for 4 years. Enjoyed every moment of it, and I've enjoyed working with those that are leaving. So I'd like to say a few words about those leaving, not in any particular order, but I'd just like to pay my tributes. And I'd like to start with Jeanette. Jeanette, it has to be said that we don't always agree, but I absolutely acknowledge the work that you've done on so many issues, I really do. And I have to tell you that I will really try and carry on your work on FGM. You've been leading that charge, and it would be a pleasure for me to be able to carry on. You really are most admired by all of us. Thank you. Andrew Dismore, you are the one that has made my day today, because you have very kindly removed that ridiculous EU flag from behind you. Very well done, Andrew. Oh, for goodness sake, put it down. I thought how sensible he has been at last, removing that ghastly thing. Anyway, I've known Andrew for quite some time because of El FIFA, the fire brigade committee that we've been on. I've always enjoyed working with you, and I will really miss you, especially on the fire brigade committee. Thank you. Flo, oh, one of my regrets is that I've not actually had much time to work with you. I've always found you an absolute delight. I know absolutely, as everybody else does on this call, you will do really well in Parliament. And Len commented, both being a mother of young children, putting in the work you have. I watch what my daughter does. It's not easy. And you have done it very well, and I really wish you well. I know we're going to be hearing a lot more of you, and I should be thrilled to know that I did work with you, albeit for a very short period of time. And if I come to Nikki, if I may. Nikki, I have avoided planning at every opportunity, both when I've been a councillor and from here. So alas, I haven't worked very much with you, and I regret that, although my colleague Andrew Boff tells me that, you know, if you want to know anything about planning, go and see Nikki, and I thoroughly believe that. I regret that I've not had the opportunity to work with you. Everybody speaks so well of you, and I'm sure it is very well deserved. So I hope you enjoy your retirement. Alison Moore, well, we've only known each other a year, and I do sincerely hope that you return. You are a credit to the Labour group. Even though, you know, I think you throw too many easy questions from our point of view, but you really have. And your work as Chairman of Transport, to come in completely new, to take over chairing one of the biggest committees, I really do applaud you, Alison. You've done so well. Please do try and get back in one way or another, because you are a credit to the whole authority. Peter Whittle, do you know, sometimes you meet somebody and you get on really well with them, you agree with virtually everything they say, and that's how it is with Peter. I will watch you going forward, Peter, with your television programmes. I will watch your career, and I hope we stay in touch, because there are certain people that you really get on with, and you are that person to me. I thoroughly enjoyed working with you. Thank you. If I concentrate now, if I may, on my 3 members that are leaving, and obviously all of us from the Conservatives will really miss our members. If I start with Steve. Steve, you and I have got a joint passion on policing, we really have, and your dedication to the Police and Crime Committee can't be doubted by anybody, and it comes from within. You've had some difficult years recently. You've coped really well, and you have been a wonderful member of our team. Thank you so much. We'll really miss you. Gareth isn't here today, but he knows how much I respect and admire him. Like Flo, I think he's going to do very well in Parliament. He's a very good sounding block for me, as I took over from him. I've known him as well, and also with Tony Arbour for well over 10 years, again because of the LTREPA, because of the fire, before the fire committee. So Gareth, as I say, I think will do very well. Now, Tony Arbour, I've always said he's my most favourite member, so I'm about to lose my most favourite member. Tony Arbour, I never agree with Sadiq, but I do on this occasion to talk about Tony's wit and sarcasm, and I've been at the wrong end of that sometimes as well, but luckily not very many times. Tony, I really do wish you and your lovely wife, Caroline, a healthy and happy retirement. You certainly deserve it. The amount of time you spent in public service is extraordinary. So thank you very much for that. And finally, I would like to come to our chairman, Navin Shah. I phoned Navin a couple of days ago because I was trying to work out how long I'd known him. And it's at least 30 years because, of course, Navin was a Harrow councillor and a Harrow Labour leader, and we clashed swords in council, we've clashed swords on LFIPA, we've clashed swords on the authority, but I still have so much time for Navin. He really is a conviction politician, and I hope that I continue to see him in his retirement. He is a good man and has done so much for the authority. I mean, Len touched on his commitment to step-free access. Both Navin and I have desperately tried to get step-free access on Harrow on the Hill. We both have come from different directions, but nevertheless, we have both meant it most sincerely. I think the one thing all of us Assembly members should do is to look after disabled people far more than any other group or anything else. The people that have disabilities should be looked after by politicians of all colours. I would just like to say thank you to all of those members. You've done London proud. Those of you retiring, I wish you health and happiness. And thank you, and I have enjoyed our relationships together. Thank you very much.
Can I invite Assembly Member Russell?
Thank you, Chair. And firstly, may I thank you, Navin, for your service to the Assembly and your time as Chair, especially over this very challenging period we've faced over the last year. You've led the Assembly through an extraordinary time and overseen our new way of working as we've all adapted to virtual meetings and new technologies. We've just about all learned how to use the mute button now. But it can't have been an easy year to chair the Assembly, and I thank you for your patience, guidance and fortitude, and wish you all the best in the future. Now, to my colleagues who are departing the Assembly for the House of Commons full-time, Florence Eshalomi and Gareth Bacon, thank you both for committing to the Assembly during this turbulent year. We're going to miss Gareth's forensic mind. He certainly kept the Mayor on his toes during his years leading budget and performance. And Florence, I know Sian wanted to particularly thank you for your advocacy for young people and marginalised communities. Andrew and Steve, I know you and Sian have often crossed paths and done joint work on policing and crime. Andrew, we're going to miss your acute questions on process and rights, and I just had to get this out for you because I've enjoyed your EU flag keeping us all company in our Zoom screens. And Steve, thank you for joining us in our fluffiest ever Cats Matter motion. It was a few years ago now. Alison, your expertise on the Transport Committee has been invaluable, joining the Assembly this year when Transport for London has faced the greatest challenges in its entire existence, and helping the committee keep strong scrutiny and outputs at a crucial time has been so much appreciated. Thank you. Now, extra special thanks must go to Nikki, the greenest Labour member, if you'll forgive me co-opting you, Nikki. As we've so often agreed on issues facing London and Londoners, especially in the exhaustive work on the London plan, I can't think of an Assembly member who worked harder. Thank you, Nikki. And Tony, don't think you're in for an easy retirement from Assembly work. I know I've promised to continue to work with you on London Power, and you're not going to get away that easily. Now, Jeanette, what can I say? I've saved the best to last. The Assembly will be the poorer without you. Jeanette, your legacy will live on here and with all of us. And particularly, I want to give thanks from Sian for your tireless and robust voice on the Police and Crime Committee. Your defence and promotion of young people, our health workers, London's black communities, and speaking truth to power. I'm looking forward to working alongside you on the issue of reparations in a truly cross-party way, following your unanimously passed motion last month on the International Decade for Peoples of African Descent. That's the way this Assembly works best, and when I'm most proud of our work as a united body. So Jeanette, thank you, and I look forward to continuing this work with you. Now, I'm risk of running foul of the times allowed for speeches, but from the Green Group, we would like to thank all our departing colleagues. Peter, sorry, I almost forgot, but thank you too. I've not worked with you on any committees, but I will really miss the art in your background, in your Zoom window. It's been an absolute pleasure seeing that in these meetings. Anyway, to all our departing colleagues, thank you for your public service, and from the Green Group, we wish you all happy and successful next steps. Thank you.
Can I invite Deputy Chair, Assembly Member Arbour?
Thank you so much for all of the things that you have said. All my life, I have been, how shall I put it, a feral politician. I took the view that I was a member of my tribe and all the other tribes were absolutely terrible, and it was my job to do them down. Since I've been on the Assembly, I may have mellowed a little. I regret having done that. But we have been an Assembly of a relatively small number of people. We have to get on well with each other. And I'm happy to say that I have been able to get on well with all of you. However, in public, of course, I hate you. And at Mayor's Question Time, under every Mayor, there has been that undercurrent of opposition. But of course, and this is me reverting back to my lecturer days, I look at the Platonic view of these things. You have thesis, antithesis, and you come out with synthesis. And I think that that's something that we have done here on the Assembly. It's exactly as Len has said. We argue in public, but in private, we work together for the benefit of Londoners. At the risk of sounding an old fart, I've been in London government since the 1960s. And there is no question in my mind, and this is me really speaking as a Tory, that public services have improved beyond all recognition. The life that I knew in London as a small boy, and I am a Londoner, lived here all my life, in relation both to policing and transport, the most important functions which the GLA has improved immensely. And I think the Assembly and the mayoral system has contributed to that. I want to thank all of you for the friendship and companionship, because sometimes there have been absolute longueur in committees, and I regret I've dealt with that by playing a game on my computer to get through it, but hopefully have looked attentive. I do want to say something about Navin. This has been the most impossible year to be chairman. I thank God I dodged the bullet on that one. And he has coped, you have coped, Navin, incredibly well. We have had great service. I look back on all the chairmen and mayors that we've had in the past, and undoubtedly you've been the most patient. often you've been the one that we've been most angry about, but nevertheless, the thing has worked very well. I shall miss you all, but I'm not disappearing. This has not been a session for obituaries. Thank you so much.
Assembly Member Caroline Pigeon, please. Caroline.
Thank you very much indeed, Chair. And I'm so sad that we can't meet in person to be paying tribute to our colleagues who are leaving the Assembly. And also that we couldn't have had our 20 years celebration of the GLA, which we planned last year, which was going to bring back all former Assembly members. And I really hope that hopefully some of us are re-elected, that when we go forward and we move to this new Crystal building, that there is an opportunity that we can get everyone together when it's safe to do so, and pay tribute to the huge amounts of public service from the 10 members who are stepping down. And I echo what has been said. There's been some lovely words from my colleagues, but I thought I'd say a few words on the members who are leaving, and in no particular order. I'm starting with Dr. Alison Moore, who, a new member, started only a year ago. I've worked really closely with her on the Transport Committee. She has really stepped up to a huge challenge, and I've really enjoyed working with her, and I'm hoping we're going to stay in touch beyond this year on the Assembly, because she's added so much to our work on the Assembly. Steve O'Connell, well, we share a passion for the tram in Sutton, and we are probably the two members who have talked about this so much over the last 13 years, but also policing. We're on the Metropolitan Police Authority together, and then recently with your work as Chairman and Deputy Chair of the Police and Crime Committee. Huge knowledge on communities and community relationships and the Safer Neighbourhood boards that you set up. And we've got to really keep that in our mind going forward, those of us who are re-elected, to make sure we don't lose that important community engagement. So really hope things go well for you, I think, down in Dorset where you are now. Navin, goodness me, we came in together at the same time, and you've been, as has been said, a fantastic chair of the Assembly over the last year. We've both been on the Transport Committee the whole time, but also Navin and I used to be unique in our first year, that we would both be on the Police Authority and the Fire Authority. And for some unknown reason, the full authorities were always on the same day. So Navin and I would spend the morning grilling, I think Ian Blair it was then, over at Dean Farrar Street, and then scuttle away on the tube a few stops to then deal with fire business all afternoon. And it's rather a big, stressful day for us, but I have fond memories of us running on the tube to get between meetings. Your photography is wonderful. Those lovely photos you recently sent round for us. And I'm really going to miss our time working so closely together. Peter, new member to the Assembly, but we've sat next to each other at Mayor's Question Time and plenary, and though politically we are miles apart, we've got on very well, and we actually spent a huge amount of time before you were elected together traipsing around London at all these hustings when we both ran for mayor last time. And what is clear for me is, yes, you're passionate about the issue of Brexit and so on, but your passion for the arts in London and culture, that has come through so strongly over the last 5 years, and I've no doubt you'll continue your work in that area, so thank you for your contribution. Tony Arbour next. Now, when I came to the Assembly, I was told, oh, Tony doesn't talk to Liberal Democrats, you're not going to get on there. Well, I think I'm now probably the only Liberal Democrat Tony talks to, but he and I have this passion. We both love chocolate, and over the years we have shared a lot of chocolate together as we have gone to things like People's Question Time around London. But the other thing about Tony that I've always noticed is he's been a real champion of the River Thames. And I think he had his event when he was chair of the authority for people who work around the Thames. And I think that's really, really an important thing that we need to make sure we continue as we go forward. But also, Tony retiring breaks that link between the GLC and the GLA. And of course, Mike Tuffrey, who was an Assembly member, also had briefly been a GLC member as well. But we lose that link and that history, and we certainly must make sure we get City Hall listed, as Tony has started pushing for, I think, in memory. I then want to talk about Andrew Dismore, who we worked really closely on the Police Committee. Such expertise, and I've really respected you, Andrew, all that deep knowledge from when you're in Parliament. That forensic questioning, that lawyer in you coming out time and time again, really hitting the nail on the head and making And many police officers on the Police and Crime Committee, when they've come before us, feel very uncomfortable, and quite rightly. And also, as has been said, your constituency work, 4,648 mayoral questions since 2008 I looked at. Pretty impressive record indeed. And I also remember when you and I went to, there was a South African delegation and we were talking about our work, and just your insight and knowledge then was second to none. So thank you for working so hard in all those areas, and I really wish you luck in your work going forward. I could say as a judge, but I'm not sure that's quite the right. Is it a judge? Yes, as a judge. So good luck with that, and wonderful. Florence. I remember when Florence was elected, and we went to our first Mayor's Question time, and her first question to Sadiq Khan was, would he scrap the Garden Bridge? And I thought, wow, this is a Labour member who's not afraid to stir things up. At the time he said no. Well, you persuaded him in the end, Florence. He changed his mind. But Florence is fantastic. As Deputy Chair and then Chair of the Transport Committee, work closely together. But also we saw Florence, have a child whilst being on the Assembly and juggling a young family with the work of the Assembly, and now elected to Parliament. So we wish you huge luck in Parliament, Florence, and we're keeping an eye on you, and looking forward to popping in and having a cup of tea with you at some point when it's safe to do so. Gareth Bacon, I'm so sad Gareth isn't here for his last Mayor's Question Time meeting. Gareth was a superb chair of the Budget Committee. I really enjoyed working with him on that, but he also just such a forensic member. Again, politically very different, but so professional, so dedicated to public service, but also has this unique ability to be able to do a Rubik's Cube in about a minute. So regularly I would bring in my son's Rubik's Cube for Gareth to sort out for him, and then I would take it home. So now I'm going to have to trek to Parliament rather than to City Hall to get that sorted. But really, his contribution is huge. And don't forget he was chair of the Fire Authority as well. Huge amounts of public service, and a good friend, and he's going to be hugely missed. And finally, I come to Jeanette Arnold, who has been chair a huge amount of time whilst I have been on the Assembly. Oh, actually, I've missed Nikki. I'll come back to Nikki in a minute. Jeanette, huge support to women, huge support to me as a member, and your mentoring work is second to none. I remember, I was thinking about it, Jeanette and I went on one of those police visits down to the training centre in Kent, when I think this was when I was on the police authority, and we had some independent members with us well. And I remember we went into this room where there's a sort of screen and they play a scenario, and you've got to react, and you've got these pretend guns that they can see if you fired them and so on. And the men went first, and afterwards they'd shot, so many bullets as it were, and it was very difficult. Jeanette and I managed to get the people to drop their knife and didn't use our gun once, just the use of our voice. Fantastic work together. But no, I've loved working with Jeanette on transport and obviously on policing. And she has, as chair, done some wonderful things and wonderful events, including that last International Women's Day one where we had Fluella Benjamin along, who ended up singing away and stuff. It was a very special, memorable evening. So thank you, Jeanette, for all of that. And Nikki, I almost forgot you, Nikki, but not quite. Nikki and I have never sat on any committees together or in the years I've been on, but Nikki has such a fabulous reputation. Her planning knowledge is second to none, and I've been cornered many a time at the tea point that will I speak on something at a planning inquiry, and she'll get me the notes. I, like Susan, have avoided planning most of my political career, but she also has done so much work on climate change and so much work for women and supporting women, which is so important cross-party in political life. So thank you, everyone who's stepping down. We're going to miss you all so much. The beauty of the Assembly is whatever our party politics, we have to work together to get things done, and we do. And we're such a small body. Behind the party politics, we all pretty much get on, and we're going to miss you all terribly. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Assembly Member Vigil. I have next is Assembly Member Peter Whittle. Oh, Assembly Member Whittle, you are on mute.
For once, I was muted. Really, I'm wearing two hats, really, because I want to add my voices to the other party leaders in wishing everybody who's leaving the very, very best for the future. And also at the same time, I'm going myself. And so I wanted to also say a few words about the Assembly. Obviously, I'm only a one-term person, but what has struck me about the Assembly is the level of public service ethic that there is, actually. Extraordinary conscientiousness amongst all the Assembly members. And you sort of said, well, of course, you might say, well, maybe, you know, there should be that, you know, but so often today there really is not. You've only got to look across the river to Westminster to see that. And I find that people's sort of sense of their municipal responsibility and the responsibility to people of London, I think I've been struck by how sincere, utterly sincere it is, and how thorough it is. And so therefore, I've thoroughly enjoyed my time on the Assembly. To be fair, when we arrived in 2016, some people treated us a bit like the bubonic plague, but I do think that that has slightly dispersed, and which is all to the good. So thank you, and I would also add, if I may, that it's been a difficult year, which Mr. Chairman, you have, as others have said, you chaired so well. But I think looking forward to whoever's on the Assembly next year, the new people, I can't think of a tougher time that you've got, actually. I mean, it's going to be a very, very tough, challenging time for this city, which is in a terrible state. And, its future is valuable to all of us. And I think it's going to be a very, very tough time. So I'm sure that people will still work together. I really do hope they still work together in those circumstances. And so also I would just like to say all the very best to my colleagues who are like me leaving, whether you are going, whether you are in Parliament or whether you're retiring, or whether you're just going to carry on working in another field like me. But it's been great to know you and to interact with you. And as has been said, also to be surprised and also, to appreciate the nuance in people. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you, Assembly Member Whittle, and wish you well. I have next Assembly Member Steve O'Connell.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'll be relatively brief. It was my instincts initially just to quietly wander off to the next chapter in careers, because the retirement word is an R word I don't particularly like. But first of all, I'd like to thank everyone for their genuine words, and I would take the opportunity to wish everyone well here in whatever path that they take, whether they're standing again or not. Important thing for me going forward is to hope that the relevance of the Assembly and City Hall continues. I spent 13 years going around my constituency trying to impress upon people the relevance of the Mayor, whoever that is, and also of the Assembly. That was often an uphill struggle, and I don't think I've sorted that. But I urge people, particularly with the move of the building, to continue to be advocates for the Assembly, because it is a good thing. It is an important thing for Londoners. I've enjoyed my time here. I came into politics late, only 20 years ago, and I've enjoyed this period and looking forward to my next period. And I would like lastly to comment on the way that we have friendships and how we get along. People out there always think politicians, they probably listen to what happens in Parliament, just shout and abuse each other and don't get on. What I've taken from this, and probably the one big thing I've taken from this, is the fact that despite we're in different parties and coming from different angles, over those years and now we've got on, without exception. And I think that is quite outstanding, and I'm taking that very much with me. Unlike one or two colleagues, I think Len was one, most of my friends are outside politics, be it on the terraces of Palace or elsewhere. But something that I'm taking from my time here is that I've added one or two other friends from my experience here who I value. And again, I wish you all well, and thank you for your kindness.
Thank you very much, and all the very best. Next one on the list is Assembly Member Dr. Alison Moore.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everyone for the very kind words you've said today. And I'll come back to that at the end. But Len, particularly Len, thank you for the opportunity that you've given me this year. It was my lockdown surprise and challenge joining the Assembly for this extraordinary 5th year of a term. From being sworn in on my doorstep and my IT kit arriving by courier at 10 o'clock at night, to embracing the role as chair of Transport Committee. I can't rival the depth of experience of some on the committee, like Navin and Caroline, but the passion for transport and the comradeship of the Transport Committee members will stay with me. And Caroline, it's been a pleasure to work with all of you, but particularly with Caroline as Deputy Chair this year, and we absolutely will stay in touch, Caroline. So I'd just like to thank all members and actually the officers for supporting and helping me helping me navigate a whole new organisation this year. There are many of you that I've only met virtually. I mean, obviously, I know my Labour colleagues well, but there are many across the chamber who I've only met on a screen. Some of the members who are standing down, like Nikki, Andrew, Navin and Jeanette, I've known well outside the Assembly, and Florence, I've known from campaigning with her. Others I've only worked with for this year, and some I've actually had very little contact with except through MQTs and plenaries. But it's been a genuine pleasure and honour to draw on your experience, your long experience on the Assembly in many cases. What it has reinforced for me this year is the value of that city-wide Assembly and what it adds to London. I know I've only scratched the surface this year, but I've become, I suspect, a bit of a transport anorak. I've enjoyed all of the other elements. I've particularly enjoyed Andrew's tenacity on fret, and particularly around the cladding issue, and that's been a real lesson in advocacy and championing a cause. So I believe that the Assembly really does add value, and it's been a genuine honour to serve the Assembly and London during this remarkable year, and just like to say once again thank you to all of you for making it possible and helping me navigate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Alison, and wish you well and see you again, I'm sure. Next one is Assembly Member Andrew Dismore.
Thank you, Chair, and can I thank all those who've made such kind comments for me. But I also want to thank my constituents. I've put altogether 11 elections as a candidate, and won 9 of them, so that's a rather better average than the England cricket team for the time being. But I really would like to thank my constituents for electing me on so many occasions. And I'd also like to thank my assistants who worked for me in the Labour group, in particular Adam originally, and now Arjun, and of course Tamsin on the fire brief. It's rather strange because I've been in politics for about almost 40 years now, and to move on and not be elected to something is going to be a bit strange and something to get used to. I was first elected as a Westminster councillor in 1982, and that was very much in the deep end, taking on Lady Porter over the Homes for Vote scandal, the sale of the cemeteries for 15p, and all the other nefarious things she got into. So that sort of really helped me cut my teeth on dealing with Boris when I came here. It wasn't too long, I think, before I worked out how to get under Boris's skin, to go by the number of occasions he swore at me or insulted me. What I really like here, though, has been able to work with the fire brigade. I think that people have commented on that. I think most people know that my first proper job, my second proper job, was as a solicitor, and I was the Fire Brigades Union solicitor in 1978. I did my first case on the 1st of October 1978. I've had an association with the Union and the Fire Brigade ever since. So that's something I will be missing. But there's so much unfulfilled work still to do there, particularly in terms of building the Fire Brigade up after the tragedy of Grenfell and making sure that it can modernise properly, and also holding the government's feet to the fire over trying to get the cladding scandal sorted out. So can I thank everybody for their kind words, my constituents, my staff, and all the people elected me in Westminster, then in Hendon, being the first Labour MP since 1945, and my constituents in Barnet and Camden for voting for me twice now for the Assembly. Thank you.
If Deputy Chairman can take the chair, please. And pass to Assembly Member Gavron, please.
Nikki, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. You can hear me, can you?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. Okay, well, I don't know what to say. Thank you for all those very generous, spirited comments. Thank you all. And I want to say that it's quite a wrench after 35 years to leave elected politics. And one way and another, my whole life has been, political life anyway, has been woven in with the GLA, because I only became a politician originally because I was so furious that the GLC was abolished, and I wanted to enter politics to see London government restored. And as the Mayor referred to, I spent a lot of my position in, I had a position in local government as Chair of LPAC, London Planning Advisory Committee, and I spent a lot of the time with others, of course, but really passionately trying to get a new strategic authority for London and working hard on the details and even input into the Act. I never, I really wanted to be an Assembly member, but I never expected to have the fabulous privilege of being the Deputy Mayor, the first Deputy Mayor, and having, the role of planning, not just the London plan, but planning decisions along with Ken, and then London's response to climate change. But of course, others were there too. And I think, looking back, the GLA, if you've been here as long as I have, and some of the others, Jeanette and Tony, and some who came soon after, the GLA does really, in a way, become a family. It feels like a family. And I shall terribly miss the connections with all the departments, with all the people, from the cafe to the 8th floor, and to everyone in the Assembly. I'll miss you all. And for me, some of the best moments on the Assembly have been in the committees and with the motions, and when we've actually risen above our political differences and worked for high common factor rather than the lowest common denominator, working cross-party, achieving consensus. Now, to just go back those 20 years, because I want to say some things about some of the people who are leaving. And at the very beginning, of course, I was there with Tony and with the Jeanette, and they've gone on, as we know, to do great things as twin chairs almost, guiding, twin chairs, weren't you? Guiding us, coxing and boxing, and guiding us, and containing us often, as chairs of the Assembly. And Tony, I have always enjoyed your wit. I wish I'd got to know you better in a way, because I sense there a dark horse with flashes of depth. And anyway, maybe now's the opportunity. And
look forward to
I look forward to it. And Jeanette, oh my God, what can one say about Jeanette? Jeanette, you have been extraordinary. I mean, your work on culture, equalities, young people, women. I mean, it's just outstanding. And not only that, you've been a huge personal support and a great sister. So thank you for that. And then, if I go through the years, next came Navin. Have I got that right? I think it was right. Yes, next came Navin, 2008. Now Navin has worked with me all the years, I think. I've been on planning and regeneration. So we've been very close together. And if I had 9 lives, one of them would have been as an architect. But of course, Navin is an architect. And what's been so great is that we've all benefited from that expertise. And we owe him a lot on planning and regeneration. And then, let me think about this. Steve O'Connell was also next. I'm just trying to get the chronological sequence right. And Steve, I think the mayor was spot on when he called you courteous. Really, Steve, extraordinarily courteous. And always made, I mean, we've only really overlapped on planning, and not for that long, but you were always a great asset. Thank you. And then I think came Andrew. Now Andrew, I mean, I knew Andrew before too, from campaigning, but Andrew, I've always benefited from your such wise counsel. And of course, we've all benefited from the work you've done. Huge amounts of work with and for the Jewish community in London. And then, just thinking, then I think Florence came next. Now I'm in awe of Florence. I don't understand how anyone can juggle. I mean, I've brought up 4 children, I know a bit about juggling, but she actually was astonishing because she was juggling everything at the same time as chairing things and so on. And I really, quite dazzling, and I think, you know, well-deserved seat on the bench in the Commons. And opposite, of course, Gareth, Sadiq Gareth, who I've only known for a short while from the Regeneration Committee, but appreciated. So I wish you both well on the benches. Now, who haven't I mentioned? Peter. Well, Peter, we've never been, I think, on committees together, but I have rather enjoyed some of your questions on culture. And, you know, that champion of the taxi drivers. So I think I've come to the end. I hope I've got this right. Oh, have I mentioned that? I hope, God, I haven't missed out anyone. But I do appreciate all of you. Now, there have been lots of highs and lows, and I think, as with any family, there are highs and lows. But I think this last year has really been the most challenging of all, and has really tested us all. And I think the Assembly and the GLA generally and the Mayor have really shown their mettle. And I now believe that more than ever, how important it is that we have a directly elected Mayor for London, and an Assembly that connects with Londoners, holds the Mayor to account, but also can take recommendations to the Mayor to take London forward. And I think taking London forward in the next few years is going to be an immense task because of the challenges of post-COVID, the challenges of climate change, the challenges of equality or inequality. And I do so wish well those who are going to remain and those who will come after us. And now it's time for me, I think, to say, well, we are now at 21, and I think the GLA is kind of all grown up. And it's time for me to be quite brave and wave goodbye, and at 21, for it to leave and travel east. Thank you all, leave home, and thank you all for everything. And just be warned that I'm not retiring. I'm not going to take it easy. I'm not going to lose touch. And I hope I'll be around. and see you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Nikki.
Is Navin back? Hello, is Navin back?
I'm back, indeed. Yes, thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
Tony. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Can I invite Assembly Member Jeanette Arnold?
Thank you, Chair. Can I just pick up where my sister Nikki left off and just say to her that no one is under any illusions that you're going to go quietly into the night. And today you were just so on the ball, and I was thinking, every question here is a follow-up action for post the election. And I just thought, oh God, and this is how I've loved her and lived with her. I just always thought, oh gosh, I wish I had thought about that. But Nikki for me just epitomises all that's good about somebody who brings their whole self to politics. And so she brings her charm, she brings her knowledge, she brings all of her life experience. And she is just like John Biggs, a former assembly member, once called her a Rottweiler. And I would more say she's a terrier. And why he said this is that, and we will know this, is that, oh my goodness, once she has got something hold of, she is not going to let it go until it is completed. And so I've been inspired by her. Colleagues, I've been inspired by you all because you brought such richness to the Assembly and to the political life of London. And I shall miss so many things. Caroline, I shall miss our water cooler moments where we just, you know, if I can use the word, we just like ripped, you know, and cleared the air and shared our frustration. We won't go into what, right? And I have to say we did some nice plotting around the water cooler as well. So I love plotting, which is all part and parcel of politics. And you know, I think Nikki has identified everybody, so I'm not going to identify everybody, but it's not that I don't hold you in high regard, and I'm not sending you lots of big hugs. But I just do want to say that throughout the time I have just sat in admiration of the women on the Assembly in terms of in my constituency there's a community and they use this word chutzpah, and it means that you bring everything to the space, you know, bravery, the front, daring, everything. And for me, there is a young woman, Sean Berry, and I think she epitomises female politician of her time. And it's just, whilst I was chairing, I was always waiting for her to speak because I was always wondering, now, how is she, what is she going to deliver today? And how is she going to do it? And I've just loved it. I also want to thank her for making me into a political legend from her survey. And like Andrew, it's been a joy to have represented my constituents. You know, we just love campaigning and we have fun. And so it's great to see that legacy in the numbers. But Sean, you didn't publicise this, you told me privately, and I'm going to share it. One of the biggest thrill of the day for me was when you shared with me that I came second nationally next to my all-time goddess, Barbara Castle. So that for me is something that I'm going to put as a part of my byline. Second only to Barbara Castle in terms of getting votes. But you know why those votes came? It's because they were around issues, were around campaigning, they were around knowing that we have London Assembly and that it's the space where we can bring the issues that matter to Londoners, and it's just been my privilege to do that. I've been in elected political life for 30 years now, and I'm bowing out, like Steve. I don't know that you need to use the R word. So I'm bowing out from holding elected office, but colleagues at the PCC earlier this week will know that my colleague and I, Unmesh Desai, we will be on the front line. We will carry on. I think we're going to be putting our boxes on the front line about those social justice campaigns that they have got to be resolved, and I'll be working alongside Caroline. But modern slavery, the issues of social justice, looking forward to being there, holding the space for my mate Unmesh. And you know, I will always take and remember my times of sitting next to the wonderful Mr. Arbour. And I just know, can I just tell you, the secret of Mr. Arbour is he's got an amazing, lovely wife, you know. So it's nothing at all to do with him. It's all down to Caroline, you know, and we all know this, you know. We know that even when they're charming, they're sort of being injected the charm by some super charming woman behind them. So, so Tony, it's been great working with you, and the camaraderie that I've received from you, from Mr. Prince, who I just love chatting about his other life and all the stuff that he's been involved in. I think he once done that, were you on a bike rider or something? But he's got such a fabulous hinterland that it's just been great talking to him, and I just have just loved being with all of you. I just want to finish by saying I've spent so much time at City Hall, coming in early and going out late, and the people that were there for me were the staff, the security staff, the people in the canteen who knew what I drank and knew when I needed more sugar. Then they knew when I needed sugar when I didn't, because they could see whether I was tired or not. They have been so supportive. I've just been blessed with the best of staff. You know, my work, the credit for that work, it's you have to credit the people who are there and who get engaged with you. And when there was a campaign that we did, which we then passed it on to others, and that was the campaign about women being harassed, and you know, these awful predators that seek them out on the underground. And I remember working with my staff, and I said, this is what we're going to do. And they said, what? We're going to do a campaign talking about men putting their hands up women's dresses. And I said, well, they do it. We're going to talk about it, and we're going to really highlight and say that it's unacceptable. And so they've been with me all the way, and so the campaigns have been numerous. I think I just want to finish by saying, you know, thanks to the other campaign that we got involved in was the Blue Plaque campaign, and that totally cross-party, and with the wonderful Alison in support. And we did have fun there, didn't we, when we had to bring to this, you can imagine bringing into this room our ideas as to who should be recognised, and we did it so well. And it was this week that we had that English Heritage mentioned our work in terms of the Princess Diana statue, because no one else had thought of putting her forward for an award. So, you know, that just shows a really nice aspect to the City Hall. I wish you all very well, all the very best going east. I mean, for me and my era, it was this strange building that Londoners had so many different names on, but, you know, whatever they called it. I still regret that the Assembly's moving from it, because I think, for me, the Assembly and this iconic building was one. I'm sure that you'll be happy in your new home. And post-COVID, when we've all had our second injections and when we're looking to renewing our lives, I look forward to coming. And I promise you I'll never sit in more than once on your meetings. Absolutely. But like Caroline, I look forward to a great get-together, the one that we couldn't have, when we say thank you to those members who have sat and contributed to the work of the Assembly. It's so worthwhile. Without our voice, Londoners don't have access to power, and I wish you all the very best in the future. Thanks to all of you. It's been lovely. It's been lovely. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeanette. Great to hear from you. Now I've gone to Assembly Member Murad Quresh.
Thank you, Chair. Can I begin by mentioning my old mucker, Tony Arbour? I was actually, on the second stint back, I was looking forward to having a drink and a catch-up with Tony, but obviously it's not been possible. And I can actually remember very clearly when I started taking Tony seriously. It was when he told me he was a Baggy supporter and he knew a bit about the football. Up until then, I just thought he was an eccentric from Surrey, and was obsessed about the view of St Paul's from Richmond. But no, there's more to Tony than meets the eye, and certainly on the footy front, he knows more than he lets on. And I quite enjoyed working with Tony, certainly on matters around Heathrow, because me and him did realise what the substantial issue at Heathrow was. It was always noise, aircraft noise. And when I was on the Environment Committee, I always made a beeline to Tony first before I got any consensus, because I thought it would save me a lot of hard work. So yeah, I'll be sad to see Tony go. Jeanette, well, what can I say? Auntie Jeanette, I've enjoyed all the put downs. I mean, it's only last week you put me down. I can't remember what it was, but it's certainly kept me in my place, and long may that continue. Can I just remind you though, on another front, I think my team has done better than your team. You would expect from me. Gareth. Now, Gareth is someone I think I know better than people realise. Whilst Gareth may be a card-holding Tory, a member of the Tory party for obvious reasons, I know on a Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock he's always cheering the Reds. Because as a Man U fan, he quite religiously goes up to Old Trafford, and that's probably where I'm going to see him next when I go up to Old Trafford myself in the new season. So I'm sorry to see Gareth go. Andrew Dismal. Well, I actually grew up with the legend of Andrew at the City of Westminster, because my dad used to come back from council meetings and tell us what the hell Andrew got up to. And so Andrew has fine-tuned the ability to get under people's skin decades ago, much earlier than people realise, and it was certainly at the City of Westminster. So, and actually, in some ways, he was one of the role models I certainly grew up with in the City of Westminster. So I'm sad to see Andrew go, but I'm sure I'll give him more time to follow his beloved Yorkshire Cricket Club and Leeds United. So I'll probably see him at Lords and various places locally. Flo, clearly, our times haven't really collided, but she's made a huge impact very quickly, and no doubt is going to in the Commons as well, so that's one to watch. Nikki, I dread the person who's going to take her place on planning front, because it's a huge gap to cover with her extensive knowledge over not years, decades, quite honestly. It's before the GLA and after the GLC. And I'm sure she will be, whoever that person is, will need to keep in touch with her. So that's a huge area that we need to cover. Alison, I'm grateful that she's taken on the transport front, because one thing I don't really appreciate as much as I should do is the transport issues in outer London. It's maybe because I'm an inner central London person, but how remote you can be in parts of outer London is, I think, something that Alison's put in a worthwhile way in the Transport Committee, and I'm sure she'll continue her graft and work in Barnet. Steve O'Connor, as clearly has been identified, he's the gentleman of the Assembly, as many others have alluded to. I know he's a very keen Crystal Palace fan. I just hope for his sake he never faces us again in FA Cup final. Because on the 2 occasions Crystal Palace got anywhere near winning anything, we've always been in the way. And finally, Navin. I mean, I think Len did allude to something, and I think the London Labour Party missed a trick there in Harrow East a few general elections ago, and that's where Navin should really be. But I know he'll still continue doing his public service locally in Harrow, and long may that continue. All I can say, it's been great working with you, and I'm sure our paths will cross. It's a smaller world than we realise.
Thank you, Murad. I do not have anyone else on the list. Is that correct? Okay. In that case, I get to have a final say. First of all, I am overwhelmed, and my gratitude to all our Assembly colleagues for their very warm and kind words. May 2020 was the time for me to retire from the London Assembly, but it's turned out to be a bonus year. Looking back, last year was almost surreal. Having been stranded in Mumbai during March and April, desperate to get back home, when out of the blue, the arrangements for chairing the Assembly emerged. It's been an immense honor to have been chair of the London Assembly for the past year. I'm thankful to the Labour Group and for the cross-party confidence for the position that I've held. As London deals with the desperate economic and social consequences of COVID-19, our role as Assembly members has been more important than ever before. I'm proud that we have adapted to the new and challenging ways of working without once compromising on our steadfast commitment to stand up for Londoners. Let me take the stock. At personal level, my journey from Mumbai to London as a student of architecture with a suitcase and borrowed money commenced nearly 50 years ago. The rest, as they say, is history. Life in London for me as an immigrant student has expanded into a family of 3 generations. The Shah family is also now the Shah Levy family. The youngest and cheeky member is my granddaughter, Amari Shah Levy. I mention this because Amari insisted that I do this name check today, so here I am. And also, I mention this because ours is a typical success story of diverse London and Londoners. Diversity of nationalities and religions, as our family encompasses Jain, Christian, and Jewish faiths, as well as members of no faith. So that's really is, what you expect from diversity and united communities that we cherish and enjoy. On the public service front, to fight rampant racism in the 70s and 80s, I got involved with local community organizations to address the plight of East African Asian immigrants, as well as campaigning against the apartheid regime in South Africa. I'm proud to have founded Harrow Anti-Racist Alliance in the early 90s, which is still going strong, something I will continue to work with. My community engagement and ideology inspired me to public service on Harrow Council for 20 years as an elected member. My aspirations to contribute to the strategic body for London drew me to the London Assembly. So here is my account of 13 years on this Assembly. I'm proud to have been on LFIPA for over 8 years, and that includes a couple of years as London Council's rep on the Fire Authority. As the Deputy Chair of LFIPA, I fought against closure of fire stations and loss of hundreds of firefighters. After Lacknell House fire in 2009, I tried but failed, unfortunately, in getting LFIPA to review its strategy to promote sprinkler installations in residential buildings. But the work goes on. My campaign goes on that. I oppose closure of police stations and merger of borough commands and loss of counters as well. And that commenced under Mayor Johnson, but I haven't changed my position on this under Mayor Khan as well. Sadly, boroughs across London continue to suffer from the loss of dedicated, safer neighbourhood teams scrapped under Mayor Johnson. As an architect, planning and generation have been close to my heart throughout my public service. Whilst I'm not against tall buildings per se, I've supported the Skyline campaign for better designed and well-located tall buildings and rejected tower blocks as means of residential use. I'm afraid neither Mayor Johnson nor Mayor Khan got their policies right for tall buildings. Similarly, policies on family housing are also lacking in my perspective. I'm thankful to Planning Committee for vesting their confidence in me for reportership for sprinklers, which resulted in evidence-based powerful report, which I'm highly proud of, which recommended mandatory requirements of sprinklers in England for new residential buildings and a mayor's fund for retrofitting of blocks. I'm deeply disappointed that government has done nothing to review the building regulations and the mayor has not implemented or even kick-started retrofitting of sprinklers. Public transport, as we know, keeps Londoners and the economy moving. I'm pleased to have worked with passion on accessibility issues and called for route and branch review of bus transport network in outer London, which in my view is not fit for purpose. As I step down, I would like to make an honest observation that I hope and trust the next Assembly will address. I'm honoured to have been an Assembly member and I'm in complete support of the GLA as a strategic body for London. However, 20 years on from the establishment of the GLA and the London Assembly, it is high time for a comprehensive and independent assessment to determine how the role of the London Assembly and Assembly members can be strengthened. The imbalance between the Mayor's powers and that of the Assembly members is stark. Assembly members require power and recognition they sadly lack in the current governance arrangements, and it is my belief that a fundamental overhaul is needed to address this imbalance. So, it's farewell from me, but be aware, I'm not the retiring kind. I aim to take on new challenges, but those will be entirely on my terms. Also, I'm hoping to get a bit of life back, enjoy my photography, creative work, travel, and so on. But like my friend Auntie Arnold and sister Gavron, don't be surprised if I knock on the door of the Assembly on whatever campaigns and issues that I get involved with. Finally, it's been a huge privilege to have had the opportunity to serve my constituents, the Assembly, and Londoners overall. I would like to pay tribute to the outstanding members, some really big hitters, as we've heard today, I've had the pleasure of working with. We may not have always seen eye to eye, but I count myself extremely lucky to have worked with such formidable and committed colleagues from varied political hues. My objective as the chair of the Assembly has been to be completely impartial. Hope I have succeeded in doing that. If not, my genuine apology. I'm hugely grateful to the many talented officers across the spectrum who supported our work and the transition to remote working with complete professionalism and resilience. Thank you all for the journey together. Thank you. Right. It's my duty as the chair to put the motion to a vote. I believe there's resounding support to agree the motion.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Item number 6, which is about economic committee economic committee referred motion. Can I ask the Assembly to note the outcome of the economic committee's consideration of the referred motion?
Noted.
Thank you. Item number 7, date of the next meeting. The next scheduled meeting of the London Assembly will be the Assembly's annual meeting, which will take place at 10 a.m. on Friday, 14th of May, 2021. Item number 8, any other business. There is no any urgent business requiring consideration. So I am now at the juncture where I conclude the final meeting of this Assembly. Thank you very much, and I wish everyone well. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.